Yeah. Onishi on Discord, am I right? No, we're gonna celebrate New Year's with a different video. Try to escape the horror of irrationality as much as possible. Because again, it's just the worst feeling that you can't control anything. You don't know the narrative behind your story. Everyone else is doing shit for you because they just have tools to do whatever they want. You have a gun, keep shooting people. The person on the receiving end is gonna be completely clueless of what the fuck is going on. And it's a terrible feeling. It's a terrifying feeling. It's a, it's a feeling that, karma would want to bring back to you. Swinging, okay? It's like, oh, you don't know what's happening, but you have done so many things in your life where you don't give a fuck. You didn't give a fuck and you just throw bullets out there. And in a way, that's potentially what life actually is a bunch of karmic accidents based on the mistakes that you are willing to do because you're still young and you're still naive. So it's kind of crazy, actually. So finally, 2020 is going to be over. And the new year begins. And I want to just chill and, as again, I'll be spending 3 hours. So might as well take care of the things that I care about the most. Right? I can't really take care of my engine anymore. I'll probably be in a lot of stress right after, essentially. And maybe I'll pick up a new project to start but never really finish. I do love to have a calculator. I mean, not a calculator, a timer. I need a timer. It's good here a little bit, but we need an actual timer. And I know it's also going to be very, very hard to actually control. Just like I cannot actually scale this one down, which is amazing. There's so much empty space. These could be crammed and shrunk down. All these symbols, unnecessary bullshit. Lack of flexibility. You never want to do things that are not that usable. But that's the thing. We're so disorganized. We're so disconnected with each other. We're so unwilling to actually achieve the thing that we need to achieve because there are no guidelines anymore. And that's kind of my first point. The guidelines of how people care are non-existent. Everything is basically within. So when I sit down and I give my 3-hour speech, it's potentially the best guidelines that I ever found in life, because right now in life, no one is actually going to give you guidelines. It is the most terrifying thing, and you need that resource. As a resource, you need it. More or less, you need it. You need to sit down the same way that I do it, at least to yourself, or you have to sit through my stuff and, twist my words to fit your perspective, because I don't care. It's all about you, obviously. Most YouTube videos are catered to the audience, right? Most YouTube stuff is made for you to make up your own mind. Obviously. It's free, and that's it. That's all you need to know. It's free. Just remind yourself that. That means that you can make up your own mind. Especially when it's free from all the bullshit too. From all the advertisements and all the, manipulation to sell you something, which is actually bad. It does not let you make up your own mind. Yes, it's like, yeah, you can make up your own mind. You can either buy it or not buy it. That's not a big deal, but, they're sacrificing a portion of their time, and they're reminding you that the content that they're making is no longer free, which is a big shame, I would say. A promotion video should just blend in with what you're doing, and you're just promoting something wholeheartedly, in a way. and it doesn't actually change the format or the story that you're telling. It's like, well, I use this product, it's pretty good. Okay, we'll move on. There's a lot of problems in life. Absolutely. The biggest problem being that Onision is actually back now, because I'm not banned anymore. And it adds to the confusion so many layers that I'm pretty bummed out right now for not being banned. Also, the person that I got banned with, or for, because the person actually did not got banned and deleted. All my posts, everything that I have done this far has been deleted. Okay, is at least deleted. I definitely got banned. I would definitely check that. I hope I recorded that part, but where I was looking at the screen, oh yeah, I'm bad. Potentially I didn't look at it because I don't give a fuck about evidence, right? It's not the evidence that actually matters. And anyone who spins this circle around pretty much creates this lack of guidelines environment, you know, evidence versus guidance, you know, just like science versus religion. Yes, you wouldn't pick either one to just wholeheartedly believe in either science or religion, but how do you find that middle spot is the question that's very much worth asking. How do you find it? Okay, so purely just looking at the evidence is pretty annoying, right? And you just look at the evidence. That's when you start looking at the evidence, small things start mattering so much. Because if you have a police job, you keep policing things even if they're calm, even if it's, you know, peaceful right now. You keep policing everything, trying to fucking basically hammer any nuisance in the world, which is not necessarily an easy thing to do, because the nuisance keep rise from all angles all of a sudden, and at some point police becomes obsolete. In other words, police becomes obsolete when nuisance is everywhere. How does that happen? Well, it happens very simply. Everyone's scared. That's when it happens. That's when it hits full speed. What do I mean by that? Let's see what I mean. So, there's nuisances, right? Like simple spikes that you figure out, you identify, you remove them, you scare them down, you bring them down slowly, you know, pressure them, blah, blah, blah. Whatever tools you use, it doesn't matter. It's all punishment based. It's all scare tactic. It's all just, overrule anything that's above normal, right? That's not normal. That's a fucking nuisance. But at some point, you have very tiny pieces that you're trying to control now. And look for nuisance. And every time you look, it pokes your fucking eye out. As if it exists, but it doesn't exist. You know, you just went too close. It pokes your eye out. Okay. That's how ridiculous it gets. And at some point, police work is just, you know, it's the way you look at it. It's either infinitely more difficult and infinitely more needed, or is not needed whatsoever. It's the way you look at it, historically, right? Because right now, historically, we would say we had wars, we had trouble. Right now, it's as peaceful as it can be if we're only concerned about wearing a mask or something, or election. If that's what we're concerned about, we're very peaceful right now. Especially when we are so divided and in our little apartments, just paying rent, you know. If we're happily paying rent, police is probably not needed that much, right? What police becomes is just a hope that one day something will happen And they will be able to storm in and be like, yeah, that's definitely above normal, that's definitely something we have to do. But now, everything is quite normal. Police has no job policing above, this level field. Unless, something happens for a split second, basically. For a few fucking seconds, and they're just fucking rushing in and killing whatever that thing is. Like a swarm of bees. Ridiculous. Just like SWAT teams can just be called on demand. It's ridiculous. They're bees now. They're insane. They have so much power, and it's not needed. So they're dying with it. It's the most fucking, I guess, honorable thing to witness, I would say. So you do want to get into that system, where you're being jailed or hospitalized. Just to see how people are dying, not having anything to do. Because everything is normal, dude. Everything is so under control right now by the internet and everything. All this education systems that are readily available and opens up your freedoms. But when you're put in a coffin, you're gonna cough and gasp for air. It's just simply how it works. And it's like, what are you doing? You're not normal anymore. Well, you put that person in a problematic state. So the problems will rise, and it's like the craziest thing is like the opposite happens when the line is drawn and constantly vibrates, scans the environment pretty much. People actually are encouraged now to poke holes into this thing and test out what would happen. How many bees are gonna happen? What if I poke here and here? All of a sudden we might have a completely next level of crime we have never seen before. Organized crime. Actual terrorism. Something that nothing can stop. Because it's gonna poke holes from every single angle that is convenient to do. That police already expects holes to be made. I can even be used. Every single person who was mentally ill can be actually used to poke holes now into the system. And it's like, well, they're gonna take all the blame, so we can just use them. We can now indoctrinate rabbits to do the crimes and all that shit. Like, if we're just looking at the evidence, we're just gonna see people who are making the crime happen, and we're not gonna see their actual mental state, actual mental map of where the evil root. Because usually evil can actually root in one place and poke holes everywhere. So now that strategy works. It works very well right now. That's the scary part. The real evil is because we're so normalized. We're not going to be able to actually expose it to air or something. We're not going to be able to expose this, right? If this was exposed in its entirety, and the entirety was scanned and it was obliterated, basically, then the evil cannot root anymore in that sense. But this is never going to happen, because evil is just as smart as every conformed person to the rules, right? Evil is just as smart, and maybe even smarter. It's just more evil, so it's willing to do bad things in the maximum capacity where it's actually, capable of breaking through. Because what's beyond this layer of abnormality, what police always police, is pure power, basically. Even more pure power than you've ever seen or imagined. Like, the ultimate pure power that is always walled off. Because police themselves don't know how to use pure power, they just know how to pressure people. But imagine what does pure power means to a regular person who wants a lot of things and has never had a job, for example, have always sit there dreaming. Well, the dreams will start becoming a reality, and with pure power comes pure chaos. The rest of the world will fucking purely suffered from that thing. So you can imagine, I'm not that far away from being able to execute the same exact tactic, except I am on the watch list myself, so technically I can't actually do any of this stuff, right? Wrong. Because putting me in a hospital environment, away from home, potentially is the most dangerous thing they can do. Because they know I'm not a guilty person in that sense. That I'm incapable of actually doing this because they, perceive me as a mentally ill person. So a mentally ill person will do this for a split second and then calm down and be like, yeah. And then the police is going to be like, oh, this person needs medication because he keeps poking us. But what actually pokes you, stupid police, by the way, every phone call you receive, that's the real poke. That's the real poker. A poker is not necessarily a person who's kind of involved in a crime. Kind of. You still have to find that, correlation and find the guilt and find, me going deeper and deeper into problems. You gotta find something. And they can't fucking find jack shit besides their own fucking laziness. And it's the stupidest thing that I have to fucking witness. Because I know the world is peaceful, and I know I'm smart, but I'm not being treated as smart, I'm being treated as a fucking little piece of shit, that likes to poke things around, and be a little bit annoying. And that's like, well, you have to put on medication because you're a threat to society. How? How am I intending to be a threat to society when I am not a part of society right now? How am I supposed to do any of that shit? They don't have any rational ideology to actually write every single word carefully. That's where the power comes from, is from care, But they have nothing to care about. They're a line above where care happens. If you draw a line here, obviously you must define yourself as not a policeman, obviously. Again, because the weird things constantly will happen, and you can't just overreact and be like, please stop this person, please ban this from the internet, do whatever you want, right? If something stands out, you can't just do that. You just have to let it go. You just have to read. And again, where you draw the line, that's your definition, but, there's that special line where police is literally doing nothing right now, and they need work, and they will respond to the calls because the calls are interesting, but the crime is very not interesting because they don't know how to care about the crime. So this whole lazy environment created a police force that's lazily killing everyone, basically, who stand out, who want to do a change in the world, where violence kind of happens, but it's like, well, it kind of happens. Deal with it, dude. When I earn enough money, you will be able to take that money away from me. But right now, shut the fuck up. In the investigation, I receive a phone call, basically. And that's it. I received one phone call asking me, do I want to pay money or go along with an investigation? And I'm like, I'll take the investigation. I have no money. It's the most rational thing to pick. And after this phone call, nothing. I couldn't fucking stop none of that shit, and I probably would have tried and stopped it. It's like, well, this is ridiculous. Your investigation is ridiculous. If I knew, I would pay immediately, because I don't want to fucking deal with stupid people anymore. This is insane, right? It probably would have just been 3 fucking euros and I'm out, just fuck. I can survive on that. I can attack my mom for that. I can work extra for that. I don't know. I can do it. I can sit tirelessly on a computer playing RuneScape if I have to. I don't know. Fuck this. But fuck this shit. What's happening right now? It's the most stupidest thing. It's like, oh, I don't know what choices I have. And you say, you're scaring me with this choice, but it's like, the way that they were scaring you with the investigation is like, oh, you're gonna have criminal record. I don't give a fuck about criminal record, okay? I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about you, losers, who picked up to be policemen and doctors, basically. You guys are losers, okay? You have sold your soul to the devil, basically. That's how it looks like. because those jobs are very, very demanding for social skills. Because not only you are above social level, so you actually scare a lot of people, because you demand respect all the time. You scare a lot of people, and at the same time, you have to deal with people, and you have to deal with them morally, because there will be consequences if you will heat up an uprising of people and they will just spike the shit out of you and they will start grabbing power like tirelessly, of what you again supposed to defend from. That stupid people are not supposed to grab powers right now. It's fine. It's fine. One thing is fine. I'll break this stupid wall. Because I deserve it. That's it. That's the end of story. I can be as upset as I want to, but because I know their psychology right now, as I figure them out 100%, they will have to heal up the hole that I made in the wall once I break through it, once I empower 100 of people to do exactly the same as I did, to have this exact mindset brewing in their minds. I will not touch them, I will not tell them anything, I'll just add the mindset, and magic will happen automatically, and I probably will be completely out of touch with that, so I don't have to think about it even, but it can happen, you know. The uprising can happen, and I wouldn't give a fuck, because I got what I deserved, so it's fine, it's fine. They just failed their duty, you know. Just someone failing their duty is just the most, laughable thing ever, so fuck yeah. After all, society's pretty fucking stupid. I'll have to go all in onto this, because right now, society's so calmed down and so pathetic. It makes me vomit. It makes me like, Onision shouldn't have the rule of no drama. Should have a rule of give me as much drama as you possibly can generate, because nothing works otherwise. That would be the real actual rule, you know, which I'm putting down right now, okay? Because I'm missing a little bit of drama, and I need the rule. Unlike Onision, I need max drama all the time. So give it to me. Alright, I need maximum drama right now. Obviously, I will ban you for drama too, you know? It's just like, yeah, that's what you're gonna get banned for. But, it's just, you know, you write your own story. Making a good effort on drama is the hardest thing to do, and I'll just, applaud your effort and let you go do whatever you want. It's like, well, I had enough of that shit, so, I'll give up at some point and say, stop. And if you don't stop, that's when you get banned. You got the warning, you got yourself a lot of freedom, you got yourself free expression, do whatever the fuck you want, feel however you want, make arguments that you want. Just the most amazing thing you can do is just feed freedom to people. Explain where the line is. How not to bump into an angry and lazy and tired policeman. Even though they're not tired, they just never really cared about anything, so they're very sensitive and annoying, basically. That's what they are. They're very annoying. They're picky. They want everything to be fucking nice and smooth and fucking cool. So we confirm their wishes, and we will just fucking sleep right here and look right in their face, basically, every single night. They go to sleep and they have to watch fucking 10 people looking through their windows and shit. It's like, good night, officer, that sort of stuff. This is the funniest shit ever. And the officer wouldn't be able to do jack shit about it. Because now, they would start caring, and I would start loving that fucking shit. So yeah, the state of the world is pretty fucking terrifying to me. I'm not gonna lie. But Tanny, you better fucking get the fuck out of here. If you want actual drama, I don't think I can handle a corrupted person. So, Yeah. I guess... Uh... Yeah, it's just... Um... I don't... yeah, the way that I put it together, it means exactly the opposite, right? Being excused from a rule means that you don't actually have the freedom to go max drama and to understand. Just don't worry about the rule, basically. It doesn't exist. There's no such thing as you can just do whatever you want, right? No such thing as you corrupted. Right. You should be a little bit more careful in that sense. But that's it. There's just one rank that I have that I might give to someone if I really feel they have done their drama thing, you know? They've just made it. They made an impact into my life. Congratulations. Applauds. Maybe one day I will care. But probably not. Anyway, so with that in mind, we're going to continue making points. Towards that 2021. This is the last day. This is December 31st. The last day I'm sitting here. We're going to go through 3 hours of content. Carefully collected. It's always the best thing, right? The best thing, all you need to know is, like, if you take a break from me, all you have to do is just watch the latest video. I think that's going to be okay. Because every single time I just have a pack of useful things for you to learn. That's what I have. Just a small... Now, so what I've been doing these past few hours, right? First of all, again, policemen are now lazy and careless and tired/bored, basically. So don't give them the up, okay? Don't give them the reason to hold you hostage, basically. Don't give them that. Now, obviously, you have to put up resistance for wanting freedom and all that, and just remind them that you're a fucking human being, and I don't want to get shot in the face and being stung by hundreds of needles every day and eat a bunch of fucking medicine out of nowhere, as if, you know, I don't take candy from strangers. You're still a stranger. Very much a stranger. You know, it's like, how is this supposed to help? Who am I helping exactly? Society? I don't know what society is. How do you function in a society to be able to impact society in the first place? Because the scariest thing happens right now of the question, why is the world so peaceful? And it's almost like the government has asked this question the most peculiar way. You know, government is asking why the world is peaceful through Corona. Because last time we checked, China does not want to give statistics on what's actually going on in there. So there's nothing to look at. I'm pretty offended by that. You know, we want to know if it's spiking in China. What is China doing right now? I want to know. I want to know more. I want to know where's the fucking source in the first place of the news source of the Corona news source. I want to know that too. Because somehow, you know, this doesn't happen that very easily, right? We don't get introduced with the most established sources of things. We just get to learn, oh, there are fake news everywhere, and there's just fakeness everywhere, apparently. But the reason why everything is so fake is because they're trying to be something, while at the same time they don't know if they can commit 100%, right? That's what it is, right? Imagine a fake porn site, but they're not actually making porn, they're just re-uploading it maybe. That's kind of fake a little bit, but it's not exactly where what my mind is supposed to think about. There's probably a better example. Let's see. If you're not 100% committed into making computers, for example, you're going to do a terrible job eventually, right? You're just going to end up promoting something or doing something wacky, right? Something experimental. Like, just the same goes with inventing smartphones. You're going to more likely jump into an experimental state. Instead, you're going to try and do something fun because you're not very entertained with your identity. That's the whole point of how to assume an identity. Right? I assumed YouTube CEO identity because I'm very entertained. In fact, one of the best ways to be an authority figure is to just find a perfect game to play. Right? Let's imagine a state where you need therapy and you buy a service of therapy. And you realize that you only need one visit, and that's it. You realize that. Because the way the therapists treat you is very unprofessional looking. But in the end, the therapist says, you can do this job. It's a very easy job. Anyone can do it. And what the therapist has been doing this whole time was just playing a game with you, basically. Some kind of psychological, very simple game where you just pretend to be a therapist. That's the game, alongside with a few rules of what helps you pretend to be a therapist. So in a way, it was fake all along. No one wants to be a therapist for you because nobody wants to care for a stranger and actually invest too much emotion into a stranger. But that's potentially why a lot of things are fake as well. A lot of things are fake because we can't commit to strangers. The worst thing of all is authority is 100% fake. So whatever science says, whatever the government says, whatever police says, whatever hospitals say, all fake. It's all garbage. Media, absolutely, yes. The people who create media are not fake. If there are people who stand out and they look charismatic, they're not fake. People are not fake. But the media giant itself is pretty fake. Whatever the person might be doing very much can be faked. Especially, again, when you're assuming authority. Authority is nothing but a lie. But a lie that potentially works, you know. Don't let this lie live. This is a scary little thing because I don't actually have an advice. Authority is lying to you all the time. That's how they assume the role of authority. The thing that you don't know is that you can hold authority just as easily. And again, just like I do my YouTube thing, I can just say I'm YouTube CEO, and did that work? No. That's not how it works. You have to have a very, very, very elaborate lie. But why to have very, very, very elaborate lie when the more effort you put into a lie, it becomes less elaborate? That's the whole point. You know, I am YouTube CEO. And that's not an elaborate lie at all. Because I'm not. You know, that's the weirdest thing, because no one gives me credit. I can take credit just because I'm offended. You know, I'm offended. The same goes to the left. But what they take credit for is the sexual identity, and every single time they keep identifying themselves as something, I just look at them as a triangle. If you identify yourself as a triangle, I guess that's pretty interesting. But I don't give a fuck about geometric shapes. I give a fuck about human beings. So, I'm sorry, but that's not gonna do it. Defending your right to identify yourself as a triangle is very offensive to me. And left versus right still looks like a baby game. Political baby game. It's absolutely terrifying how nasty it is, but it is what it is, right? And again, if you want the biggest horror of wanting to take care of a stranger, the internet is open for you right now. You know, the strangers are everywhere, and the fear is maximized, okay? The fear of committing to a stranger on the internet is maximized. The ability to be alone is what you need right now to take from me. As I'm YouTube CEO, I'm giving away the ability to be alone. You want to learn this? Come to me. Let's have a therapy session. I'll tell you how to do this. Okay? Because every YouTuber, every single customer here on YouTube has to learn a simple rule. It's probably what I hold people hostage of. And at least watch this video, right? Just at least watch this video. Happy New Year, assholes. You could have saved my ass. You could have claimed something that would put me in a higher self-esteem. You still think I'm a stranger. I'm not trying to be a stranger anymore. See, that's the game I'm playing as I'm being alone. I'm slowly creeping up as I don't want to be a stranger. And it might actually hurt you, or it might actually give me what I deserve. In terms of very, very good things. Because, and no one wants to suffer forever in their lives. And if they can claim a voice, I would claim a voice. I need one. It's a party. After all, it's a New Year's party to actually get what I want. But the weirdest thing, obviously, is I've spent 6 hours instead of 12 until I get to sleep again. So I didn't actually, simulate hospital environment. In a hospital, I will just go insane. There's no way out of this. Everything that I loved and care about and I assumed about myself, everything will be stripped apart and completely destroyed. And it's the saddest moment in my life, pretty much. Because I know that's unavoidable, very scary, very painful. I might be able to summon demons to defend myself. I might be able to survive. I don't know if I'm gonna come out the same person again and recover from hospitalization. You wouldn't think that requires recovery. It will require tremendous recovery. Because whatever they're doing is actually way more damaging than any criminal could actually do. It's just take away tons of freedom. Tons and tons of freedom. It's like someone stole my house for a couple of months until, I get back on my feet or something. That's tremendous damage. You wouldn't fucking believe how damaging the government can be. How damaging all these authorities that just lie straight into your face because they're not scared anymore. It's the scariest thing. It is really scary to see how authorities dare to lie to your face. One thing you should never do as an authority figure is lie to my face. Don't give them your face, because you don't want to see a dead person, basically. That's the last thing you should allow yourself to do, is just look at death itself. Look at how people killing themselves by lying to your face. It's just one thing. Just show some insecurity. Just show some prospect of freedom when you're when you're becoming this, assuming your authority. I'm assuming YouTube CEO, but I'm not assuming that you cannot be a YouTube CEO whenever you want. Of course. It's just the more effort I put in, the more aspects I am finding of what makes me truly who I want to be. It's just, There's no escape now. You know, I'm on a roll, so to speak. And it takes hours and hours of dedication to actually get there. And my hospitalization potentially is just a setback where anyone can pitch in their roles if they want. But I don't think they will care. Just saying. VPN. What are you on, dude? But yeah, in the end, that's the adventure that I have to go through, the counter-adventure in a way. The meaning of what might be going on, right? As a fire thingy. It's hard to explain, but that's what the year is supposed to bring, and it's doing tremendously well in terms of doing that. It's delivering it early this year is what I'm expecting. A knock at my door, and there's two stupid policemen. I'm already prepared, mentally for how it goes down. It's so fucking easy too. Sorry, I got distracted by Onision getting raided, I guess. Don't need to care about that. But it was not just that, it was just some douchebag little girl throwing me one-word answers of like, oh, VPN, what does that mean? You think I cheated the system? You think I came back to Anicia on Discord? But that's what people do. They're just so lazily incompetent, annoying, assuming things to such a level where it's just one-word answer is completely fine. But then when it turns into a conflict is totally fine too, We can do conflict too. And it's like, holy shit, you have reserved some crazy energy up in there, And you're gonna get hurt after the conflict if you can't beat it the way you want it. Just everyone is so willing to fight. And it's so willing to get triggered. And it's so willing to assume bad things, basically. But they just simply don't know the consequences. So yeah, the world is your canvas right now, as it stands. Let people know the consequence, basically, of their ignorance, in a way. But in general, the consequence, because they're so lazy, they're not doing anything in life, they don't have a life, so just a consequence, a general consequence is what they're asking for right now. So you show them who's boss. It's pretty terrifying. yeah. Onision is getting rated at a New Year's Eve. I guess that's pretty fucking... before New Year's. What's that, 22 hours before New Year's? That's a pretty good way to celebrate New Year's, I would say. Okay? Since I was unbanned and I'm not problematic, and who the fuck knows what my story actually is and nobody cares, and again, the assumption was, potentially I'm using VPN to actually access this. That makes no fucking sense, right? Does Discord work that way? I don't think so. I got a Discord ban, not some kind of weird, wacky IP ban. It's just not how it works. My account is not alt account. I wouldn't give a fuck about a Discord channel. But that's the assumption. The assumption is like, decent people are still criminals somehow, Assumption is everywhere. Like a decent person can be a criminal. That is the worst assumption to have. That's what I'm battling with constantly. And to see normal people to assume that I'm a criminal, even though I would never assume that they're criminals, by the way. I would assume that they're bad, they're snappy, that they're terrible people to interact with, but I would never assume if they're, you know, if they're just making mistakes and they're surviving just fine, like, I would never assume that they're hostile or something. If you just feed enough attention to them, they back off. It's not a big deal. It's just the problem of if they continue sitting in darkness without any consequences, and they keep consuming power and money and all those things, and in the end they would have a lot of control, which is not nice, in my opinion. It's not nice. We must not let that happen, because we have to deliver the consequence. The consequence is simply, I live my life, and my life is actually enriched to the max. So you kind of have to bow down one way or the other. You know, I'm just gonna get that bow. It's just a very simple thing. It's almost like wearing a mask. You know, that's the real thing. You know, you think you're being respectful by wearing a mask? Grow up. That is the most ridiculous thing people are doing right now. That's not respect. That is not a responsibility that you take out of respect. It just doesn't work that way. I don't feel respected right now. I don't feel like I need this. Okay? And I'm being the most rational person ever. But at any point, if I stand out as the most rational person ever, you just criminalize me, remove me from society, which I don't even exist there in the first place, which is already a fucking mistake to make. It's like, well, there's assumptions upon assumptions that, you know, will criminalize me anyways. That denormalize me anyways. You know, I do have to kind of sit on the edge of society, perhaps. You know, I do have to spike myself up. And if police gets incredibly lazy, they would pull down the line and define me as like, who this guy is, you know? Who's this guy? Everyone sits slow, no one makes any problems. Who is this guy, you know? We're running mafia at this point. Because mafia means we can go down sometimes and find these people. It didn't quite happen like that, but, you know, you never know. Maybe the situation was actually more twisted than you would think. Maybe I was, you know, framed. You know, and being framed means framed as a bad person. Framed as I've done something that I actually didn't do. And with their lazy fucking way to handle things is ridiculous. And I would say, not only like Onision cleared up his record as well. You know why? I hate being an associate for Onision. I hate being unbanned. But I have to respect the guy, you know, so it's just, there's no escape for me. So, while I'm respecting the guy, Onision cleared his record. But on top of that, the crime was a T-spill. It's like, it's negligible. You can look over that. You would never look over that if you hate a person and you love hating people. That's fine. I know. I know. Internet culture is that fucking hostile. Whenever there's someone to hate, they'll just jump on it just for the sake of that fun, you know, to hate someone. And it just never ends. As if you know how morality works. You don't know shit. You just want to hate a person in the end. That's what happens. Morality means you can bend almost every single rule as long as you just do it properly. You know, you can groom a child. Just do it properly so no one complains. And it just disappears into nothingness. You know, it normalizes basically. You gain maximum consent from the world. You can do that. You can bend rules. There's no such thing as unbendable rules. they get harder and harder to bend, but people just looking for a T-spill, where it's like, well, maybe someone messed up actually, and maybe someone is not as good as they think they are. If someone is still making YouTube videos, maybe that's one reason. And as a CEO, it's fun for me to say that, if someone is making YouTube videos, they are criminalizing all the fans. Bad fans, good fans, stans. You're getting criminalized for not posting videos, for not giving yourself your own opinion. And good luck. Good luck getting out of this mess. Opinion. If you just remove this mess and flip it and add a P instead of S, you get opinion. That's what Onision truly stands for, I think. He stands for just delivering opinion. Even if it's just, a little bit edgy. It sounds a little bit edgy, but he's not edgy. He's actually not edgy. He's just like acting edgy because it's funny, You think I'm edgy because I'm freaking out and shit, but it's all false. And Onision has proven everything. And in that sense, I'm looking back right now. I want to ensure a good standing on Onision just because it worked. Okay, he's unbanning me. He's taking another chance. He's taking a hit. The more haters you collect, the more good everything is in the end. Oh my god. This little thing is still out there. That's annoying. God damn it, Onision, this is so annoying. He's back. But I'll keep the meme, okay? It's candy. I need it. I need a Pikachu's you meme. I need an explosive Pikachu right now. I need that in my life, dude. Alright, so that shit aside, basically. Onision aside, which can't fucking go outside, huh? Okay, maybe now is about time we can continue. Okay. It is a deep quest, I would say, like being YouTube CEO. Knowing that there's gonna be people looking up to you, potentially, if you do earn their respect, and how the flip happens, which is like, all of a sudden, you stop worrying about the hate that you're receiving. You start caring about the people who actually look up to you a little bit too much, because people fucking do that. They go from one extreme to the other, not giving you rest, as if you don't deserve rest, and you kind of don't, because, well, in a way, that's how it works, Eventually, when you win a title, it's still a tide of power, right? You still have to control something tremendously uncontrollable, and you cannot please everyone. It's just impossible. But at the same time, you have to remind everyone over and over again that you as a person, you're trying to do a lot. And being YouTube CEO means a lot. Being authentic, right? That it came actually from a hard place for me personally. So you can't replicate that, no matter how hard you try. You can't easily beat that. You have to find your own authentic YouTube CEO rank mode and whatever that means, because building a title and building confidence is tremendously difficult, and it can be washed away the next day. You have to rebuild it every day. It's like, what do you consent to? What do you think you can hold in life? there's very limited access to people. You have you consent in being human beings, so you have to act as a human being. But you can still do tremendous things. So it's pretty cool. I hate throwing sometimes spiritual things, because the spiritual, the middle portion of just understanding, not left and right, not extremes, this is way more extreme, because it combines every extreme possible. The spiritual understanding now, to me, opens up how everything works, you know, how everything makes sense. It's not something that you cannot just rip apart reality all of a sudden, and everyone has all these extreme personalities, and somehow we're not in conflict with each other. That's not how life works. You know, the reason why we're not in conflict with each other, there is a higher power pretty much keeping everything cool, right? Everything smooth. Even if I have problems with the system, I have so much control that I can take the blame for all the problems I have eventually. You know, I have so much control and freedom. The things that I can control and be free about, I will always complain about. And the fact that I still have a mouth and people can hear me and stress out about it, that's high enough freedom as I have to be able to take, right? And just expand from there. And Ricky just wants to be in the shot. Said yes to Onision, so it's rude. You know. Here. Sure. I don't care. Because I'm not to mess around, you know. It's like you mess around with yourself. Go figure, you know. Go figure, discover. I'm way bigger than this. It's a fucking conflict. Anyways. The tide of power. Yep. You go from the low to the up. It's still there. You fight the haters first. You fight people who are not pleased to have something else happen in their life. Because everyone has to like slowly invite change into their life pretty much. And they slow down your ability to move forward in life as well. You kind of have to be patient and look back at all those people who... Well, there is no such thing as patience. You always move forward, right? Whatever happens is completely different interaction, right? That's what a cool person would do. They wouldn't look back necessarily. But you do have to be a little bit patient with those people you care about who are left behind. Those are the ones that matter. So, no matter how fast you go, let yourself be by people you care about. Way down in a way, but, you know. Alright. I guess it's not alright. Please leave me alone. Get the fuck off. Dealing with people is a lot of trouble. Oh, is it fucking tiring? So, obviously, the moment the tide happens, all of a sudden I'm wrong again. And if I found a right fighting haters, basically, everything is flipped again. And now I have real responsibilities with real people who have real needs, who will become real haters if I don't fucking serve them. Which is, I would say that's not how it works. You know, this, I would say what would happen when people realize, oh, he's kind of YouTube CEO right now. They will always have disgusting expectations of me until everyone dies off, I would say. Literally everyone. No one will survive unless I pick them carefully and drag those clowns, basically, okay? It's like, oh, I like you, based on the picks on whatever defines my story, I would say. It's like, I'll grab you, and just keep going. Whoever defines me as a person, I get to choose, not you. But people get to present themselves into your life, which is fucking fascinating, right? That this whole matrix also exists, just like that. Anyway, since I still need to do my sleep thingy, I'll say hour 1 completed. And just go. And hopefully I'll clean up everything until I get no notifications and I can move straight forward. That's the trouble, okay? Elysian is trouble. It's like bigger than I thought. Because he comes back swinging, you know? Takes a witty out of me. Just steals a witty. I was like, oh yeah, now I have to watch Elysian because he banned me. And apparently he didn't. So it's like, what? I didn't even save evidence, you know, potentially. So now I look like a fucking fool. Like an idiot. The evidence is there. I'm being quoted, and there's no one saying anything, but I can't, like, even look it up, actually. Even looking up is not something I can do. Like, I cannot look up anything, can I? Okay. There's no right or left. That was, not right wing, left, that's reply, but the reply doesn't forward to anything. He was talking to himself, apparently. No. I was responding to this douchebag and got banned. 3 comments. For 3 comments, dude. Can you imagine? Make 3 comments and you fucking blast it out of here. That's a fucking record, I would say. Pretty good. Now that's the scariest thing, you know, looking at this matrix and how it just built itself out of nowhere. Of like, yeah, there are highlights in your life that you will pick up, and you have to pick up the best highlights in your life. That actually define, they spread out, they like you back, they actually bring you the things that you did not associate yourself with. Because that's their highlights, you know, it's their self-worth identity thing, you know. Worshipping you like they're fucking the craziest fans ever. Trying to build you up, no matter how. And the higher the hype is, the lower the low feels. You know, it's like, that's not true. That's not who you are. You're supposed to be the best. Now give me the best things ever in the universe. Yeah, thank you. Eventually. I'm sure, eventually. But eventually I will crash and fucking steal everything, you know, I'll become evil. Who knows, man? I'll die eventually. Who knows how that looks like? We're still human. Just because I dodged making general mistakes doesn't mean I'm gonna go from tier 2 to tier 3 100% and not just have fake success flush down the toilet, you know, eventually once people figure it out. But who knows? Oh look, it happened again right after I. This is next level manipulation, guys. You can clearly see the Onision is gone. And I'm banned. One proof. This time we have to dig for proof, man. And, here it is. Guess what I was banned for this time? This was the common, basically. Just, stupidest adventure ever, by the way. So yeah, just a very, very simple thing. Anyone can get offended at any point, for any reason, any time, and just realize, oh, I guess I liked being offended. But the best thing is, you know, like, there's no warning. There's nothing talking to me right now. They're just pressing the ban button as if it's fucking candy time. You know, it's the craziest thing that no one actually wants to explain anything about. It's super duper awesome, dude. I guess I have to friend this piece of shit. Because now I can't do anything other than that. I don't think I have to double check Ricky. I mean, she stays. Yeah, I keep bleeding people's interest, you know, because I am pretty lonely, as the person fucking suggests, even though I suggested to that person 20 million times that I in fact know that I'm lonely. It's not that difficult to figure out when I just sit alone at home forever. There's nothing, there is no why. You think fucking Onision is reasonable? Are you fucking kidding me? You know, he could have just fucking manufactured this whole fucking thing. Yeah. I can buy some drama, you know. I know what drama is, clearly. I can buy it. It's because if this is the mastermind's work, like, yeah. Absolutely I should be banned. And should be unbanned. And then should be banned again. And should be unbanned. Just should keep going forever and ever. Because it's not... I piss everyone off. you know? I have influence. That's all it takes to break every rule in the book, basically. Oh, you have influence. My book just burned. What did you do? It's not even a magical spell. I just hate your book and it started burning and disappearing from reality. I wonder how that works, you know? Just fuck yeah. The rules that you have kept for so long, they started breaking down because you realized eventually we're gonna die, so you need to experience a bigger life. And that's why I'm so influential, because I do have, in fact, a bigger life. Because I do it on purpose. I'm trying to squeeze a decent conversation. Sure, whatever. Let's see how you fucking do it. It's not that easy to get banned either, you know? You can't spam the same thing over and over again. That's cool, you become a meme. But if you... Cause I've seen it just now. She fucking repeated this 3 times. I deleted it twice. And I'm explaining it. This is not cool. It's just not cool anymore. Don't repeat things to me. There is not gonna be a meme chat here. There's no such thing as meme chat in the first place. But yeah, you get the idea. You know, if you really like the meme, you just put the meme. You know, there's no... I don't battle your insecurities if you don't like to post a meme and test your fucking skills if you don't get banned. Because, again, my rules are even simpler. There are no rules. Just don't test my patience. Obviously, don't get on my bad side, which you're actually gonna see incoming, basically. Unless you create a bad side by spamming something. Then you're really in the bad place. I just want to get rid of it because it's unclean to have spam everywhere. Obviously. What do you mean by that? I don't know. Onision is an okay guy. He doesn't talk much. The reasons are always unique, and you cannot just say, oh, it's just, you know, it's the guy, it's just the guy, it's just his chat. You can't just say that either when there's fucking 80% of the people are in fact girls, and you just, oh wow, I never been with so many girls before. And obviously I will offend everyone and all the time, and just the stupidest thing, basically. But at the same time, I just picked up 2 more people that would otherwise not give a fuck. To Onision in a way. Give a fuck. Well, there's other jobs out there, right? One day, yeah, one day I'll find it. Neutral. This is the stupidest position, right? Anti-O wants to just... I have a reason to fight Onision, and that's all we're gonna be doing right now. No, I think I am... and then feel sad about it as well. Everyone loves trashing me. There's no denying that. I feel like I'm fucking in the middle of trash city. I can't escape my mom's basement. Probably full of trash. You know, my dad came in here and just started cleaning shit. That's not what he's supposed to do. He's supposed to help me, for fuck's sake. DM spammed. Oh, wow. Okay. Can you guess what that fucking means? Of course you cannot guess it. You cannot backtrack history. Such deep history. So, over and over I was requesting myself to do something interesting. And to track someone to climb all the way up. From zero to a hero, basically. And unless Taylor Swift, the Tail Zero, now, reaches herself, basically. Because she, as an image, Tail S, basically, Tail 5, almost. Yeah. If she reaches herself, her points get smushed together, you know, add them up, double them up pretty much. Now, she can force the reach, absolutely, by eating the shit out of herself with adrenaline, right? Going into adrenaline junkie bullshit, heating herself up, while the actual self sits in the back, the actual important self. Tail S versus Tail Zero, baby. Just like that. Pulsing. Fucking crazy, dude. I love this. Alright. So she would have a lot of heat on one thing, and then it's just an adventure thingy. It just fucking gets deeper and deeper every step of the way. That's why I'm so slow every time. I don't want to fucking invent some crazy shit that I jump into when it's already pretty deep as it goes. Just every little thing, every little fucking smiley winky face, baby. Super deep. Can turn into its own game. But it keeps going, it keeps ramping up, because I get bored more and more, and I have to switch things up, but it doesn't feel like the year is no longer predictable. It feels like I've done so many things that, because I can quantify what I did, all I do is just gonna do 10% more, perhaps, but it's still like, it's the effort that's quantifiable. It's not necessarily quantifiable what the year is gonna look like. There has been nothing remotely close to what YouTube Map is right now in the beginning of the year. In the beginning of the year, I just had the idea of let's smash people together and collect points for whoever does the best. And now it's just a big deal of who gets to the top, because it's now accumulating. It just is what it is. Onision accumulating his thing. Well, he banned me again, so I have to again put him down on the watch list of just up. I don't think he's gonna succeed. I think every single person who's gonna be able to invest their time and effort into climbing the ladder, they're gonna be one of the first ones to actually try the ladder out and fail miserably eventually, because they're going to be met with reality check. Onision is just a crazy person, or pretending to be crazy person, and attracts a bunch of, insecure people who feel like, oh, I'm totally secure, and that crazy's channel, basically. And it is what it is. Like, people can't really find pedophiles coming out of their fucking holes and joining the gang of Onision. That's not how it works. We actually get other kinds of insecure people, and you can rightfully so comment about it, but if you don't have an open mind, you will not find radical, people. I would say these people are radical. I would say these people are out of whack. They're not necessarily capable of ever extending their arms to fame or next level, pretty much. They seem pretty hopeless, I would say. But they put effort, so maybe it works out in the end. I don't know. I got something that I never got anywhere else before. It is what it is. Even Antwinem couldn't fucking make it. Okay, Antwinem only made me suffer, in a way. And the Discord experience is as deep as it gets, man. Okay? Deep chord. The meme way to say it. Alright? It gets pretty deep. And yes, we have to double recognize that what Tail Zero is the master of growing and taking down challenges. Just like in Need for Speed. We're gonna play this game now. An old school game that I never thought I was gonna pick up again. But we're gonna do it in real life. How does that fucking work? I don't know. We'll figure out the rules. And potentially I already know the rules. I just have to apply them and see what happens, basically. See where it takes me. I already know it's just gonna be something concerned with time. Collecting time, trying to not to be the fastest, trying to be the slowest. Imagine running the slowest race possible of who gets bored or not. How slow can you get until the viewers get bored or something? That's the way to do it, right? It's all the power level increases that I did in 2019. I was doing power levels. I was collecting basically profiles of people. Profiling people, profiling their energies, profiling what they would say about themselves, or what they say in general. I was very invested in personalities, juggling them, those 4 main personalities, most importantly. And then eventually it turns into an ultimate battle contest to see how good we are. And then ultimately, above all that, we might have something even bigger. Who knows? It should be bigger. Should be bigger every year. I'll try and one-up myself until I know year number 5 is going to be terrifyingly impossible to one-up. Year number 4, but I can't one-up with year number 5, the number 4. So I'll just give up. Do something else. Okay? There's so many times you can one-up yourself. Or everything repeats itself, just a little bit better. Which, then you combine all those 4 years into its own period. Oh, this is the new 4-year period. Okay. I'm sure it's not gonna happen twice, where I take 16-year period and turn it into a period, but anything can happen, just no. It's not gonna happen. So, that's that. We Need for Speed too, okay? All of a sudden, too. And the way we Need for Speed, we need to put someone in a chair, run them through a matrix of problems, basically, that other people have faced one way or the other, but we are just digging. We're really digging for who you can overtake almost. It's a very complicated race track to actually build, because it's not going to function the same way. Not everyone wants to, run a race at the same time, in the same way, the same route, You have to actually calculate, as people are running their routes, I actually have to calculate Who's the fastest? Who's the most interesting person? Who's running loops and shitty ways, you know, you couldn't imagine? I have to, like, take myself for a ride and see, like, how much dizzy I am in the end section. Is like, how memorable that ride was versus this ride. And I think that's the time copying, but at the same time, you might want to do stops as well. How many stops? And it's almost like that's a way longer way to watch a YouTube video, which is not ideal because it's an improvement on me being YouTube CEO. Maybe I don't want to be a YouTube CEO anymore. Maybe watching long videos is not good for me anymore. But I think we kept up with the same trend. After all, Rebecca Black is like the YouTube's ultimate gemstone, I would say, and we just keep going with it. You know, keep going. We rewinded YouTube way better than anyone else. I still assure you that. I still assure you that just sitting down and talking about what the YouTube trends were throughout the year is not good enough. You actually have to know what the trends stand for and the deeper story behind it. You have to know that. You just have to know that. You're not here to please people, not here to fucking make a spectacle out of yourself, especially if you cannot handle it. You might not be able to handle the spotlight, you know, because just question yourself if you've done everything you could have done. That's kind of what Spotlight is about, right? Spotlight is for those people who have done everything else. And that is ridiculously difficult to do. It's possible, but for a man versus a woman, women get the spotlight quite easily because it's like all you have to do is just look pretty, and that's like, I've done everything though. I'm pretty now though. I have to walk into photo shoots and be famous now. I need the spotlight. I've done everything. That's what they have to do. It's ridiculous. All they have to do is look pretty. And as ridiculous as it sounds, it's definitely not sexist, okay? It's just the spotlight. Obviously, they don't hit the full spotlight either. And it's like, well, yeah, immediately split people into men and women, into groups. I mean, men could also take the spotlight, as you can tell. And how do they do it? Because they probably have the same rule of like, all you have to do is post every day. Do everyday bro thingy, you know? You have to keep up positivity every day. And if you can actually do it and not get controversial in any way, because that messes up your streak so badly. It very badly messes your streak. Yeah, you become a little bit popular, and you can get back on track, proving everyone wrong. You felt positive this whole time. You said the N-word, and this doesn't fucking matter to you. You know, it's just the most positive word and uplifting to every single black person out there. And they just understand you wrong and all that shit. So it's like, wow, you know. If you can turn it around, which is always possible, you can get back on that daily grind track, and controversies are only there to just spice things up. Because you know what you're doing. You know people are going to get offended, and you know you're going to get back on track anyways. That is the most humbling thing. But every time I get the feeling that I'm off track, you know, you're so close at crashing. It's too much for me. I would hate that. Yeah, I still swear in my videos, big deal, right? But you cannot really find things that would crash me otherwise. Because again, I put all the effort and to zero spotlight. That means I'm just working, right? That means you can actually like me, you know, and trust what I'm doing despite the numbers. What the numbers say. That's pretty good. Honestly, that's a pretty fucking positive message to hear. What I'm gonna do the rest of the video, I'll try and figure out what is going to be the ultimate way we're gonna grow this Tail Zero thingy. Because she's the one right now. The Tail Zero, the racer. Potentially Taylor Swift will never reach herself. Will never find herself and get out of the woods, because that's the fucking meme, you know? That's the meme, guys. I found the meme. The meme is Taylor is trying to get out of the woods. Stop her. If you watch Out of the Woods video, it's the most funniest thing because she's being chased by wolves everywhere, basically. It's like, what the fuck's going on? You getting out of the woods, bitch. You gotta race, man. You gotta race them wolves because, like, she's not a wolf. She's getting out of the woods. Get her. It's ridiculous, you know? You have been groomed by wolves this whole time. That's what grooming is about, okay? You want to know grooming? Become friends with wolves. Yeah. Yeah, that's what grooming is. It's like you one day wake up in the middle of the forest and it's like, what are these wolves doing around me? What the fuck is going on? And then the wolf is gonna be like, oh, you questioning reality. I don't like you. You know, they start smelling you. It's like, I don't like you. You fucking stink, blood. Fucking Russian wolves, of course. So, yeah. You gotta run at some point. It's like, oh, you gotta try and run, huh? You stink, man. You should probably run. But maybe not, you know? You just clean up yourself and just have a shower. How about that for your fucking face? Stinky face. That's what it is, man. So, will Tail Zero escape the forest? We'll find out this episode. Probably not. I mean, this is the longest run ever. And it's all about, you know, overtaking people that are potentially active, too. Top light. When we activate top light, we see from 100 to 250, so we have to start a card at 100. And, and we also get the total score, total accumulated score. This is pretty important. By the way, that's very cool. Top tube. If I do the top tube, top accumulated score is 73161. I actually want to do top tube. Quick save. I will do top tube like the normal, the regular. You can have pretty much any amount of places. 200 is now the new normal. I'm sorry about that. If that's fucking weird. You're gonna have 200 now. Again, anyone who makes it up there is pretty important to recognize, but it's also pretty important to ignore people who are below 60, right? Now we have 73 of them. 73 of them, and below 60 are 13. What a fucking magical number. And Pokey actually poked in. Congratulations on being the meme of the year, I guess. I don't know. Poked in. So we have total of 80,000 points of influence at least. At the second rank, top graduates, we have 30 basically. Top graduates and the top light. So combining all of these things together, we get 110. And if we divide that by 365, we need 30. 301 points of influence every single day. We need 300 points of influence invested every day. One way or the other, basically. Somewhere, somehow, someone has to get 300 points of influence. Oh, that's a lot, isn't it? And we might want to track that too, somehow. I might want to, take a set back or somewhere have a tracker here of how much influence I'm actually giving away daily. There's a lot that happens in RuneScape. That's about 20 points of influence. A girl can just hug me for 60 points of influence. That's one way to do it. Or just lay me down in bed and feed me pretty pictures of themselves. That's a lot of influence there too. Potentially 20 or 30. And then that's kind of the daily routine is definitely 100 points. But what do I do to get that other kick, in the ass? Where do I get those 200 points? So I would say we could actually create now a daily routine of influence, a daily mining capacity almost. It's a vague term for me pointing out that the 300 now. 300 is going to be that magical number. Congratulations, me. But in a way, I'm going to do it backwards as well. And without the routines. Without the routines of being a tagged hogged, which is again a supplement for masturbation, of course, but it seems ugly and gross, so I just say a tagged hogged because, it's the new normal, guys. Wear your mask. New normal. Wear your mask. Well, not that. So, mind. I'll do the mind. And every single time someone, somewhere, somehow gets an influence point, which is, not fuel ping, it's the poke. It's the, no, it's the that. No, ping. The pink task turns into this, which is a ping, and then after all of this, so after the ping, let's see it. We need to give a point, right? Fuel ping right here. No? No, that's not it. To give a point means to pick up a card or a card ID. Card ID? No? I forgot where I give points, actually. I'm really that bad. Okay, how do you give points? Well, through influence. That's how. Or you can, still bad. You can say it's a target and you give points through target. Oh no, man. Oh, here it is. This is the part where I give points. I give points here. Haha, very funny. Alright, so, we can set a multiplier now. And I always set it to 1 when I give points. And I do a task. That's it. Put a name, put a point. It's just like normal. So in a way, that's actually normal for me to do. Okay, I see what you did there. So whenever I put influence, I also put in the mind influence, and again I just put it in here, somewhere here, of the influence that has been received just now. That's good. And mind is gonna be in here, down here, just as a number. It's a simple number indicating an M. How many M's are we gonna get? It's supposed to be a day, I think, like a daily dose. How about that? Unexpected symbol, absolutely, dude. Shove that V right in there. Give me a 0. Now when I click ping, I get 1D for myself. And if I give myself 1 point, I give myself 1 second. I give myself a second D. No? How? What? My mind is blown. Did I equated this thing? I equated it. It has to be accumulative. And every day I have to reset. Oh shit, how do we reset? Because I have to reset. So I pretty much have to have a function, right? Else if check. Well, I do have daily start. Daily start, and it does something weird actually that it's not supposed to do anymore. The way I will start the day is mind equals 0 again. You know, it's just a daily routine. A daily routine also is reflected here in her cafe, I would say. So it just reflects the same thing. I would say the daily start doesn't even matter anymore as a function. It's just, you know, you have one number, you have one thing you're trying to do. Justice, right? And we're going to define that number to a certain degree. Right now it's a 300. Maybe we'll break that at some point. Maybe we'll become more efficient in how many people we're covering, how many videos we're watching, how many news we are engaged with, and trending on every fucking alleyway, because everything's trending some time in history. It's, you know, everyone has a birthday every day. There's a birthday every day. That's the one, you know. That's the one we're gonna put in the meme town here. There's a birthday every day somewhere worth celebrating. That's even crazier, right? There's not only just a birthday, but it's a birthday every day somewhere, somehow, right? So that's the one that matters. And I felt celebrated, okay? Cyrex uploaded a birthday song on my birthday. It's just the craziest thing as well. I think it was a very magically weird year, because I wouldn't expect this year to be magical, but now I will expect it to be magical. Even though I will be dragged into a hospital environment. 4, 5 to forever, basically, you know. 5 to forever because people hate me. Hate my guts. You know, I'm so fucking defensive, I'm so irritating. Yeah, but they're probably gonna be lazy and just leave me rot 5 months instead. And I'll try to, you know, save as many people. Because that's the hospital environment, in a way. Hospital are about dying people, basically. And no one is really helping those people, especially if they don't want to, if they just hold a job. You're just holding a job, you know. Well, person is gonna die or not, it's not my fault. I'm just working here. Well, that's pretty cute, but, you know, we have to help each other. If we happen to be in a hospital, we have to do maximum amount of work to actually save everyone who's dying. Because, you know, doctors are not going to help. Nurses are not going to help. They're all narcissistic pieces of shit, you know. They grab the job and they're full. Their esteem is filled up. They don't need to help people. You know, they don't need to feel like it's a fulfilling thing to do. No, it's a part of their job, so it's actually quite nasty to them to learn and educate themselves and do their duty to the fullest, 100%. Give up your 100% for your job. That doesn't work for me. See, and this is the worst thing. This is the edgiest, craziest thing I've ever seen and said, and it still deserves just 1 star, not 2. Because I don't want to go back there. But if I have a duty, I have a duty now. Fuck me, dude. That's the weirdest thing. If you're in a hospital, it doesn't fucking matter. You have nothing better to do but help other people, not be miserable in that situation. Oh my god, okay. It's like I've wrote it down. I'll have to keep updating every single time this happens. I need to know exactly which location you are. In that sense, I can do top something. I can poke top, and that's kind of possible with words. But it's also kind of complicated the way that I did it, because I did the lookout to be that, right? The name. In a way, all I have to do, if it's heat, I'll actually remove the heat itself. If it's heat, so it's only done once, anyways. Or is it done once? It's for each card. But if a lookout is heat, I'm gonna turn lookout into split. Oh my god, this is not okay, dude. This is not okay. I don't like this. I want to find a better solution, but we only have 7 hours to do this, okay? To do the entire event. Uh-oh. Alright, I got it working. Pretty sure. If I type hot ones, it still works. It shows the list, but I can also do this. Just get to 100 bank, and bam. Number 2 place currently. I can potentially check number higher than this, but that would be a stretch. That would be a fucking stretch right there. How much I'm missing basically from number 1 spot. Ugh. Alright. That's all I need. And that number 2 cost me a lot right now. And it's gonna be one of those very, very cool moments, I would say. Cool racing moments every day. Every day we will race for who's the best and most influential person of the day. Very funny. And Tail Zero is supposed to always win. Whoever that is, we have to create one. You know, we have to create an artificial YouTuber that doesn't exist. That sort of stuff. What happened? A revolt. That's interesting. That's something I want to hear. I kind of picked up on something very interesting. Not much related to anything, but like, I'm like, okay, this is like the alternate Mr. Beast thingy here. Which is probably an annoying Mr. Beast. Who knows how all these channels fucking come from? What does this mean? What kind of demon is this, man? ZHC? What's that? If you want to win custom items and monies, man. Wow, I don't want none of that shit. I want to actually get it. How? We do all of this? I don't think so. Did we? Oh my god. I also felt like after watching Tim Pool talking about super COVID and canned up anger, I had this to say. It's like, it's a very simple thing. Just take the bullet. I don't give a fuck about vaccine. I want to take the bullet. Give me the fucking COVID already. It's just like, we can't run away from it. When are we gonna face it? That's the fun part. We cannot just use the same damn solution as if that's all we know. That's all we learned. That's the new normal, and establishing the new normal is just super fucking easy, apparently. That's fucking awesome. Oops. Establishing the new normal is so easy that our solution to COVID never changed. Which begs the question, right? I'll say setting the new normal at this point. Fuck it. It never changed. The moment we did the first lockdown, we say like, oh, we just need more lockdowns. It's totally fine. That's the solution. But it's not. It's becoming a problem of its own. It's a temporary solution for like super duper extreme cases and everything. You can't just call out a solution like this, by the way. I have problem. Yeah, because you're a boring case. Comments. Can you imagine someone being so fucking annoying? I just want to just disappear from the chat and just make them look fucking miserable, basically. I didn't read none of that shit. Alright? This is fucking stupid. It's like, you don't have to reply to everything, is what I'm saying. But now it's just an entertainment, a form of entertainment. It's like, I guess you have to. You have to find smart things in everywhere. And just consume them. And bother me. But that's what a narcissist does. There's no escape. Literally no escape. Literally I have to give them this piece in the corner of the screen saying that they fucking replied. They want to continue the conversation. Forever. It's completely normal. So yeah, the reason why setting the new normal is so easy is because people are empty and they have nothing going on in their lives. That's pretty normal because the world is too peaceful. So we just kind of accepted a very terrible solution to a very mesmerizing problem, I would say. None of this shit makes any sense, right? It just, okay, the virus has spread out. Let's take it in. There's nothing we can do. That's what the fucking lockdown was for. It's like we first try and block the first wave of the virus, and everyone goes to the hospital if they get hit by the first wave. And now we just kind of generally spread out the virus and everyone slowly goes to the hospital with their cases. But, first of all, COVID cases supposed to be in lowest priority ever, first of all. Not the greatest trend of all time, right? If you have an already predetermined health conditions, you go to the hospital. Again, if you gave authority to the hospital, that's your problem. That's not my problem. I wouldn't give authority to jack shit right now. To the level of intelligence that I have, I'm probably capable of making smart moves the whole way through and not getting in any kind of trouble. Besides, people fucking storming into my life and wanting things just because I'm not as empty as they are. That's the fucking problem. That's the real problem. That's the real virus that I'm dealing with. You know, now that I'm not empty, now that I have fucking survived so very well, people want a fucking piece of me, you know, like a fucking zombie. Waiting, you know, this whole fucking time. Waiting for inspiration. Obviously, I have it. I have some resources. They're limited, and I pretty much understand what it's all about. You know, you gotta fucking exhaust your resources and inspire people to do something next level of themselves. And if I don't deliver, I basically get to be a survivor who's fighting the zombie apocalypse all the time. You know, I have to prove my rights in a way. Tier 2, by the way. Tier 2, and I already have to prove that I'm kind of like above celebrity status. I already have to fucking do that. It's unbelievable, but it's the reality that I live in, you know. Tier 2, and I already have a challenge to prove people my above celebrity status. Above. I can't just spit out a celebrity's name and be like, oh, you're associated with that person. One way or the other, you're like a big fan. And big fans would actually be respected just as much as a huge portion of a celebrity itself, right? Because if you're following someone, you're kind of invested heavily, right? You're heavily enough invested to the point where you should actually be treated with just as much respect for as the celebrity is treated. In actuality, it's just obviously we see fans as mindless people who just consume things. And for this guy, you know, it's just it's gonna be a very entertaining little thing. It's like how deep can this person go completely alone? You know, it's just the most entertaining fucking thing. If you can not hold your breath during a New Year's Eve, you can't fucking hold your breath. For me, it's already over. It's 1 hour deep. I don't give a fuck about New Year's hype that fucking second. I care about fucking humanity, you know, opening itself up, and I'm being ready for that shit. Because it's kind of, you know, happening one way or the other. Everyone is getting crippled down, potentially because they were, you know, unaware how absurd they have been living, okay? People, again, COVID is more of a crippling trend for people with outrageous lives. Now they're forced to look in humanity as like a automatic freezing mechanism is somewhere out there. You know, the government is gonna say that you have to comply for no reason. No reason. There's a virus is not a reason. A virus is almost just as big of a reason as a fucking meteor coming down. You take the bullet. There's nothing you can do against the meteor. You take the bullet, and you take the bullet spread out. You try and spread out the pain, basically. You try and cut the meteor in half. That's what you do. But the solution never ended because the government is so fucking stupid about it and vicious about it. Potentially we have been living our lives wrong this whole time. But, you know, it's definitely a mistake, right? Any cause of pain, any cause of death, or any mistreatment of death, which potentially statistically we're mistreating old people as if they're dying from something else all of a sudden, and now we're freaking out. Oh no, statistics! Oh no, we're faced with statistics. Not a virus, statistics. That's what we're faced with. We're not even faced with a real human being. A real human being is like, oh, I'm too scared to talk to you right now. It's literally government saying, I'm too scared to talk to you. So let's just have a lockdown. It's just, it's almost like the greatest solution of all time, right? I'm too scared to interact. I'm too scared to talk to you. I'm gonna become lazy in a vicious way, so the government is actually gonna exercise power and lock people up without interacting with them anymore. Now they will be treated as insane if they fight against this whole thing, right? That's the thing. That's the thing here. And it's like, wow, an invitation. Finally, when you fucking ignore a narcissist for long enough, they fucking stop. It's unbelievable. You know? It's unbelievable. How much you have to invest into a narcissist, and none of it makes sense in the end, right? I did it. I just wanted to see, well, what the fuck is, but eventually you hit the level of like emptiness. I'm a person that commits to things. I don't expect you to commit to things just because I committed to a thing, right? I don't expect you to commit. I expect you to kind of act normal, right? And not be dragged into this so easily. But there are two reasons why you're being dragged into this. Somehow I have received tremendous and overwhelming power over you, or do you feel that you have power over me? And that's not something I like. Neither of those situations I like. I want people to be normal, It's upsetting. And the shit becomes a trend. Becomes a trend because it becomes something that we have to do because of now new reasons we come up with. We just fill up the reasons for not changing all the time. Every single change is like the worst thing ever, right? So we just find a reason out of nowhere. Anyone can do it. Anyone, what the government did technically, in a technical way, they have tested us, and they have unleashed the full potential of what COVID is, right? They have tested whether we are totally compliant, totally ignorant, and then they unleashed the full wave of the true COVID, which is just, what is it? Compliance virus. That's how we have to call it, right? Compliance virus disorder, because they love that too. That's your stupid COVID, baby. Definition. It's a compliance virus disorder, or a viral disorder, rather. Alright? Because it spreads out everywhere immediately. It's like, well, we're not resisting, right? That's the spread. The spread of no resistance whatsoever. I can't fucking resist. I'm a fucking 25-year-old, dude. I have no friends. I only have voice. I have a thing that I defend myself with, and I have to use it all the time against this specific thing that's not necessarily directly impacting my life, but it's doing so many indirect attacks that I just definitely have to comment on this, and there's no running away from it. Because it keeps evolving into something that I have to comment for sure. It's a spiritual warfare more than ever before. And it keeps getting there. Because people now having uprising, because they don't know what to do, and their solutions are running out. That means it was not a solution. Lockdown was never a solution. Government control, that's what it was. That's just what it was, you know? Like, if government actually just thinks, oh, we can actually do this, you know? Like, you're wrong. You're just wrong. But, you know, the F tested it out, and it's like, well, we can do this, actually. No, you're wrong. And it is true, right? You could have done a lockdown, then a small lockdown again. It's like, well, the virus is coming back. I guess we can't, like, truly control this anymore. And again, it's just, you're not gonna run away. If it's a virus, it's gonna be a virus. It's gonna be a viral virus. It's gonna cause a pandemic everywhere, and everyone is gonna be infected, affected, whatever. Right? Take the fucking bullet. Figure it out. You know? When the first wave hits, the hospital is supposed to function as normal. The lockdown is supposed to function as normal. There's enough enough hospital workers dealing with this, and then there's also hospital emergency employment. Basically, being able to give care to people is something you get instant training for. Just being able to give care. And you're supposed to volunteer for that to some degree, right? You're supposed to take in donations from people who come in. They pay their own price, basically. They pay whatever they feel like they have been helped with. Because, you know, you're just a new recruit, so you have to now... You have been giving a keys to a business, basically. As much as you can handle, go ahead, right? You team up. That's what you do. That's a secondary thing that you have to do, because you know the lockdown cannot last forever. It's going to damage a lot of people's lives. You can push it out as an emergency lockdown. You can always have one, you know. There's no such thing as life lockdown. Only emergency. For 4 weeks, right? You can have an emergency lockdown for a couple of weeks based on the speed of the spread of the virus until it totally spreads evenly across the country. And if it's not fading away, right? If it just kind of lingers, yeah, if we just open things up, that would make a spread, right? That would make a lot of cases. What was that? Now, we're not scientists. We don't know what a virus is. We can only comply to the rules, again, that we can actually understand. Which is why this is a compliance viral disorder. You know, we can only comply to the rules we fully understand. As humans, there are certain things as humans we understand and we have to comply to, and there are certain things that we can't comply to, and the government has to understand. So we have to put a stand against the government on that situation, right? Being woken up so dramatically as if, you know, I'm the one to blame too. There's a lot of responsibility on my shoulders. I'm woken up 10 times over because I'm tier 2 person. I don't fuck around with information. I don't just say, oh yeah, just do what your doctor says. Fuck. No one has a doctor anymore. No one has trust in anything. I hope. You know, some people are trying to be normal in terms of integrated themselves into the society that they think is the society, but you have to find a society. The society, right now, the most difficult obstacle from you and the society is finding it, basically. There's always an obstacle. There's always an obstacle course that you have to go through to get to a society. Otherwise, you're going to be just kind of an outsider, right? There's always the ultra-rich insider society running maggots, basically. They're not the society, but they hold the keys to society. You're getting almost there, because they have all the resources, they hold all the keys, so where the resources are actually being used, you will find it, for sure. And finding it now is the challenge, because right now, just how do you move across the board? How many moves do you have to be able to actually find the society? With the internet, you have a few more moves that are very free and very cheap in that sense, right? Very empowering, because you potentially, not only once you find a society, that's it, your job is done. You just become internet active around that certain point. I wouldn't say YouTube is a society. You have to filter out YouTube hardcore style. Okay, the algorithm is not going to do it for you. The trending page is not going to do it for you. You can actually pick up the pieces and construct it basically for yourself, like a fucking Lego, construction set. It's that simple, right? So, finding it, compliance, yeah, that's cool. So what's actually happening now? It's a period of a crisis, because who knows what's going on? Who knows who's telling the truth? Who knows what's gonna last for how long? That's not something we can comply to. We cannot comply to unknown reasons and unknown ways to solve it. That makes no fucking sense. Everything's supposed to make sense, right? So we didn't recruit more people for hospitals. The hospitals are getting themselves not just full. They're losing our respect because they treat COVID as the most important trending thing instead of, a common thing. Everything in the world is common. No matter how you look at it, it's common. It's gonna happen. And you should have been ready for it. You should feel as a person, you were ready for this, right? The reason there is a crisis is because something is sold to you as if you're not ready. A thing. Okay. I guess not something. Something doesn't fit. So the reason there is a crisis, I think, sold to you as if you're not ready. It's okay. There's nothing fancy. It's okay. It fits my line. So as a human being, you can be empowered, embraced love, all these things, all these beautiful things in life, and yet you have been sold a crisis instead. That is fucking stupid, right? Anyone who have sold crisis on your fucking face, shut down all the small businesses, and everything, they're the enemy now. Because they're prolonging their, grasp over. They're saying that that's their way of doing things. That's their fucking philosophy. Not very nice, honestly. But I did felt a very simple thing. We have such limited access to resist police that it is now the fight. We must be able to resist policing when we want to. That's what the truly powerful protest is supposed to do. It's supposed to say no to policing a certain type of, or activating a certain type of policing. Because now, that's what happened, accidentally again, right? The police is so restless and so empty, they have nothing else to do, but to fucking do this, So it's not COVID at all. It's not a virus. It's a government actually going rogue at this point. Government going hungry. Or government going rogue. For me, it's a government going rogue. For me, it's a government asking to be punched in the face as fast as I possibly can. So while I'm being 25-year-old, that's cool. I'll have to pretend I'm a 35-year-old. I just have to pretend to be able to contribute, to the government asking me to punch their face. That's just what they ask for. They want the resistance, clearly, because they don't feel none of that shit. They don't feel that they're doing any damage. They're doing, it's a normal procedure. It's normal to me because my life didn't change. It's completely normal to me. Congratulations. It's just, you did a wonderful job because I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck at the moment. The only thing that I do give a fuck, my life did got impacted. Maybe the way that we would have handled my simple little case, a 10-minute case, pushing an old woman, accidentally tripping her down. Wow, what a 10-minute case there. I get some kind of bounty on my head, and that's it. That's the end. You have to be able to handle a case faster than how fast it occurred. And these assholes are handling my case for hours and hours of their work time. That is unacceptable. That is absolutely abuse. Because what I did in 10 minutes is being handled for 30 hours. That's just not acceptable. That is basically an exposed lazy person. They're not doing any work. They're just extending the work that they receive. That's all they do. They give me a phone call. You have a bounty on your head. Do you have money now? Basically, pretty much. That's how I felt, because you wouldn't give a phone call. You would be like, we have calculated the damage. Here's the bill, basically. If you don't pay the bill, we're going to start investigating you if you can't pay the bill, or we have to put you in jail or something. That's how it's supposed to be handled. Instead, I get a fucking phone call. Wow. And that was enough. That was absolutely enough. It wasn't my phone call. It was my mom's phone call. It's so fucking insane. I picked up my mom's phone, and that was enough. Just me saying that I don't want to fucking pay. One time. Maybe I changed my mind, guys. Fuck it. Maybe I changed my mind. Just do a 30-hour more investigation of maybe I change my mind type of thing as well. Right? Let's work this out, guys. Let's fucking work out a 10-minute fucking clip of me pushing someone out the door. 10 minutes, maybe 5 minutes. But yeah, okay, I guess it lasts longer because she tripped over and I just fucking kind of ignored it and didn't call police. But that's ridiculous. You know? Now I have to live with the most ridiculous case, with the most illogical things. I have witnessed COVID in my life here and there, you know? There and there. Then and there. That's how you would say it. I have it. I have the worst virus I have ever encountered in my life. Someone picks up something that I've done, expands it as if there is their life purpose now. I am so astonished by this shit. You know, handle a case normally. You know, if someone is with a gun with deadly force, right? That's a prolonged, extended problem because it traumatizes people. It's no longer an accident. That's not what was happening. I was just pushing someone. So I didn't use no deadly force, nothing. They didn't even have to resist my push, you know. It's not their home, it's not their environment. They don't want anything elaborate from this environment, from my family, technically. Right? So they could just leave. But they couldn't just leave, couldn't they? They caused problems. And the police sucked it up as the greatest problem of all time. And then the Justice League looked at my record. Oh, I don't like this record. And they extended it even more. It's like, how much freedom do you have up there, dude? Mr. Government, you have a lot of freedom. You have a lot of free power to give to me right now. I'll take it. Thank you. I very much like that, some free power. I'm a little bit too young to grab power right now, but, you know, one day I'll get there and punch you in the face. So feel the punch right now. You know, let it in as it happening, you know, with my voice. Let it in. You know, spread it for me, please. Turn it into another super COVID thingy that, you know, that everyone is talking about. Or everyone will be talking about. The super COVID. Oh my god, it's next level COVID. What's happening? Who's doing it? Who's sitting in their toilet right now and talking to people? That's me right there. Farting. Fart noises. You know? It's ridiculous. Yeah. That is insane. My case of 10 minutes has been mishandled for 30 hours. They're just having fun, basically. You know, it's not a job anymore. It's just, let's have fun. We're the authorities. We're the only ones doing anything. We're the only ones kind of living a societal life. That's congratulations, guys. But you know what happens then? You get fucked in the ass. No, you actually get fucked in the ass. Because if you live a societal life, you have so much power, but you have no way to actually enforce your power onto others. You get to spread your power, so you get to be fucked in the ass, basically. Okay, you become horny, and it's like, well, nothing I can do. I just can only have sex now, and prove to you that I'm completely non-hostile person, and I just want to suck your dick, basically, that sort of stuff. So yeah, that's what government looks like to me right now. It's just a dude either wanting to get punched in the face, and then realize, oh, you can actually punch me in the face, and I can't really punch you back in the face, because I kind of asked for it, and I consented. Oh, I guess that fucking sucks. Because if I try to punch you in the face, you probably will punch me again. It's like, well, that's fucking crazy. Whoever punches first wins this entire game, I guess. It's like, yeah, go think about it somewhere in the fucking jail cell, dude. Okay? Go think about it. The lockdown, if you extend the lockdown, you just prove to the world we're in jail this whole time. Who would have thought? I would have thought that. I felt like that. I feel no different now. You know? Yeah, we're in jail. Haven't you fucking opened your eyes yet? We're in jail. People are actually attacking each other about their opinions. That's not a good reason to attack people. You know, you hear other people's opinions and you say your own opinion. There's no attack. There's no need to actually, erupt with Fury's anger. The only reason to erupt with Fury's anger if someone is ignoring you, if someone is being irritating, annoying, wasting your time, that sort of stuff, right? Being boring, that's the annoying part. That's the way the conversation goes, and finally, after brick and brick, basically, it's over, basically, right? It's literally what happened with me and Vector. He gives me a fucking brick and expects me to fucking eat a brick, basically. Back all the years back, basically. In the very, very beginning of the year. It's the same thing. Go learn and read psychology. It's really gonna help you. Are you sure about that? You won't be able to define things the way you think. Define it, please. Okay, let's give him maximum respect and let's see how fucking terrible this brick tastes. Maybe I have sharp enough teeth. Maybe it's the end of the year. Maybe it's the start of New Year. Maybe I have sharp enough teeth to eat bricks. I don't give a brick. I give a set of statements. Pick whichever you choose to reply to. Don't give a fuck otherwise. This, however, is not a set of statements I can reply to. This is something a narcissist wants me to read. I have released a book. I'm a YouTuber now. Huh? Is that how it works? It goes backwards. You have to release books, enough books to become a YouTuber. Is that so? You have to be narcissistic enough. No, that's not it. It's just a trend. Okay, it's just a trend that fits YouTube's narrative, right? Because, people see your face, they want to see your book too. It's fucking ridiculous. But here it is. Go and read psychology. Go learn and read psychology. Now, how do you learn psychology? You learn psychology by interacting with this fucking piece of douchebag, right? That's how I learned psychology. Is that bad to you? Yes, it's bad to him. Clearly, he's already offended. He's already feeling out of place, misused, mishandled. I use you for my personal understanding of psychology. Thank you very much, Vector. Keep going. You won't be able to define things because I'm very bad person. That's what Vector says on himself because he thinks, I'm such a bad person. You won't be able to define things because, I'm so fucking evil. As the way you think or define the world as you please. So, yeah. I do define the world as I please because it's presenting itself to me. And it's like the easiest thing. It's the easiest book to read. The book that presents itself to you. Not only it presents itself as influential, it replies to you. It treats you as if you are a person who's about to embark on a journey on just a few sentences long journey. But that's what it takes. It does take a break. It is a friendly thing that I'm doing to him. He could come back any moment. I'm making tremendous progress on my spawn. And I need this guy in my fucking Discord. If he doesn't like the progress, I'm sorry about it. I hope my Minecraft adventure does not blow up out of proportion, okay? I hope I'll keep it chill, and I will not kill people who just disagree with me. That sort of stuff. I'll try. Obviously, it's sarcasm because it's ridiculous, right? I can't control this. If my project is good and fun and interesting, people gonna come in, and Vector is as good as dead at this point. People will find him and people will mock him to insanity. There's no way out, okay? I've been attacked because an attack is the easiest thing that you can receive, basically. And this is what I pretty much ask for. Please attack me, I'm bored. That's kind of how my life works. All right. I'm a little bit, keeping my distance and everything. I'm learning the most major rule, the most major principles as a reminder. Have to put them very, very quickly. Keep your distance. Dodge most of the negative stuff, most of the negative attacks from people. And again, it doesn't necessarily mean that you were not keeping a distance. It just means that people find ways to influence you in a negative way. You must dodge those things. You must be able to stack information, knowledge, self-esteem, ability to control people, situations, learning those rules, understanding those rules. Don't just leave it at a base level. Don't leave things at a base level. Commit fully, right? That's a very simple rule. And most importantly, keep your perspective in check as the highest priority. You have your own perspective, you have your own brain, you have your own mind you have to make up and take care of before you can actually allow other people's conflicting opinions onto yourself. You can hear them out, you can say, I have time for your opinions, in not directly, because they don't understand that. You just have to tit for tat, basically, moment. You say your own opinion, they will say their own opinion. So that's how it goes, and it's like you piece together a conversation in the end. That's just the consequence of things. So 4 simple rules to follow, very simple matrix. You have to figure out that it works, too. You have to figure it out, not me. First sentence, right? It's almost like Susan level of frustration I'm dealing with this fucking person. You're not someone that knows everything. You don't know that either, it's like, sure, and I shouldn't be locked down, which is what's happening here, and in a way, like, now, maybe the lockdown is actually the business idea, not the government idea, a business. Businesses have been able to hijack police and healthcare systems. If that's the case, which is possible, it's very possible that businesses are the troublesome people right now. They're the ones creating the 33333 reoccurring error in the system. And this error in the system becomes an absolute virus, just an absolute mess. Just like I say, it's when we pick up a clock, it's 1433, and then we can have actual multiple threes in a row. I think now it's a 4. We finally gotten out of the super coronavirus. It's just spreading out right now. The explosion happens, the nuke is dropped, it spreads out evenly. So that's another way to look at the virus. The real virus occurred, okay? The real interaction between people occurred. And it spreads out. And it's just a wave that you can put a shield up and deflect most of the damage. And the next thing you do, the damage is done, you have to recover from you holding your shield up, and as you hold up your defenses, you're actually vulnerable to a different sort of attack, right? Because your opponent can actually read your shield movement, and if you pull up your shield, your field of view diminishes, okay? So in other words, if you pull your shield, you don't see jack shit what's going on here. They can even stick a fucking bomb here and obliterate you. If your shield breaks into pieces and turns into a piece of a bomb as well, where, the most important part of the grenade is the shredding of the grenade. Shrap, just everywhere. I don't know what shrap is, by the way. Just I make up a word, shrapnels, something like that. But just pieces of metal fly everywhere, and your shield becomes a part of the grenade explosion, pretty much. If yeah, you wouldn't expect that from an axe or a sword, but what you can expect is that your opponent is capable of anticipating your shield movement, is now actually targeting your shield as like an indication of your vulnerability now. Because you're gonna take max fucking damage. You don't expect your opponent move a certain way. You might be able to fucking peek through like this. That's cool. That's cool, but you normally have entire face covered, because your face is the weak spot. And again, if your opponent anticipates, it will attack literally your face the moment you put your shield down, because you need visual, reconstruction of what's going on. You cannot be blindfolded for too long against your opponent either, and you have to strike back too. With your sword, you cannot defend yourself either forever too. And again, that's what's going on, right? So we put up a shield, and all of a sudden, we put it for too long and think that that's just gonna be enough. But the fight is, it's a two-way thing. You put up a shield, and you have to strike back to be able to recover super fast, right? So we are hit with a viral wave. Something happened in the world, but that's a viral wave. It's always going to be a wave. It's always going to try and spread out evenly as damage. And we have to recover from damage, right? So what's actually going on right now is not a virus, it's a virus strand, because, well, we couldn't recover from the damage anymore. As the virus spread out, as we put up our shields for too long, the people who have been damaged are now basically entering the zombie stage, I would say. They're getting zombified because they don't feel loved anymore. You're just defending yourself. You have been exposed for not caring for people, right? And all of a sudden the story gets more and more convoluted. But that's just a simple thing. Don't hold your shield as if it's going to win you the fight. Now, it's actually scary for me, so I'm not putting a star onto this. It's scary for me. All I have is a fucking shield. Provide me some weaponry of your choice, guys. Of your choice. Just you figure it out. I don't want to just pick up a fucking stick and fight back against mutant zombie turtle ninjas, basically. Maybe you can guys figure me out and equip me with what I want, right? So if you intend to have a sword, I think you can still defend against zombies, basically. The consequence of the coronavirus are all the zombies who will take upon themselves to expose people who just held their shields to defend themselves and nobody else. They were not willing to actually put the shield down until the full crisis is resolved. The full crisis, the full extent of the crisis, again, is dealing with the damages as quickly as the first wave is over. But somehow there was a second wave. Was it a second wave, or was it just ripple effect bouncing off the edge of, our consciousness in a way? Going backwards. The wave going backwards. That makes no fucking sense. That means even our shields have no effect. Nothing has effect anymore. Or it's just becoming more confusing simply for that reason. It's out of control. And we wouldn't know how to deal with this anymore. I don't want to fucking look at it that way. I want to feel that, people are empowered enough to, survive, right? But the question is, the normal age of dying is 80 years, and it's not normal. Just like it's not normal to be overpopulated. That's not normal either. You know, 2015 was a normal year with 3.5 billion people, which is 50% less. That was the normal. No, 50 years ago. 50 years ago. 50. 3.7 billion. 50 years ago. How can you make such a big difference and not get pulled back by the history? Literally just pulled all the way back into what used to be a normal sometime, somewhere, somehow, right? The 1980s. All hail Ariana Grande for being the new US president, because she found the new normal. You know, she found the old normal. That's the new normal, the old normal, where people kind of, why do we give a fuck when back 50 years ago we had so little people anyways? You know, we should just let people die at this point. We should just laugh it off if it's just the greatest thing that ever happened. Something that we have no identity of is attacking us. What? That must be an amazing little thingy. Because here's what's going on, right? If we cannot identify a crisis, that's a crisis we can't stop either. We just can't stop it. We can act as if we can stop it to a certain degree. Again, we can pull up our shields up. But if it defies all logic and all our resistances are futile, we should just give up. Especially when the normal back in the day was half of the population. So imagine that. Thanos was sitting here on our faces this whole time. Imagine that. Oh hi, Thanos. You're 50 years old now. Please make it quick, okay? Please just snap, okay? Just a snap is fine. A snap is fine. I'll deal with the deaths. I'll do it, okay? I'll take the bullet. But the longer we fucking fight against Thanos, because he's snapping right now, it's like, hey guys, consent to death. It's about time. You know, there's that old little trend that we had where we had half of the population. And, you know, it's somehow everyone were happy enough to create double the population. So we should be just as happy, you know, removing that population. That's fine. Over time, of course. I'm just snapping. I don't expect people to explode as Pikachu's you moment. Okay, I Pikachu's you and you explode. Wow, that was a snap. I would love that. Every Thanos would love a snap that actually works. But we don't get that luxury, you know. We have to collect 7 rings, and we have to thank you next and destroy our engagement rings, and Ariana Grande is the new Thanos, and I guess she needs the positions now. What positions? 69 position? You want to fuck the entire world now? What is this? That's not good. That's what a policeman would say. You know, I'm making connections. I'm terrified. Okay, maybe Ariana Grande at this point is old school, and we're just gonna lose like a 10% of population. But we shouldn't be sad anymore about people. When 50 years ago, just like, you know, we shouldn't be sad about not having technology, and sometimes. But we should definitely celebrate having technologies. We should celebrate having a lot of people, but we should never be sad losing people right now. That is not normal. That our parents dealt with. That's not a normal thing. Yes, one thing cannot be mistaken. The statistics can, in fact, be wrong and faked. Completely manufactured. They could be. We need to double check. What is our population? What is actual our population? Even that statistic is more obscure in the way, is more obscure and more copyrighted in a way, right? Than COVID statistics, which is showing us that our understanding of the world is less important than our ability to spread crisis, to sell crisis to everyone. That is unbelievable to me. Anyway, so, Happy New Year's, I hope. I hope it's a new year for you. Because it's not really new for me. I'm just gonna force a new year for myself. Pick up a new person to worship. Pretend that a calendar matters, time matters anymore. Pretend that people can be convinced of how terrifying the change is going to be, to realize that trends that we lived 50 years ago can come back and haunt us and bite us in the fucking ass. Simply because, they were normal at some point, and people have adapted to that, and people had no trouble with that, right? They can unleash their crisis. That's the zombie virus, basically. Imagine that. Ariana Grande again, the president, not of America, but the zombie version of the America. Good luck fighting that shit. I'm scared of Ariana Grande as if she's Donald Trump, pretty much. That's how I'm scared. Any celebrity can just go fucking zombie mode and show its true fucking muscles right now. So for me, putting someone in top tier influence list, for me, that's a personal war, spiritual war. They have more weapons than I could ever fucking imagine, right? But myself, I have my weapons too. It's just their influence against mine. If that's equal, if she's actually bigger than me right now as it stands, and this doesn't fucking result fast enough, I might fucking lose it myself. I have my fucking spiritual battle. But here it is. So, zombie virus is about old people showing their teeth. Because they do shit more strategically than we would ever be able to do. Because they do it with patience and a look into the past. They have looked into the past, they have found their normals, and they're gonna unleash those normals onto us. And we should be ready for that shit. Because we're not. Right now we're not ready. Okay? We're not ready to live in darkness, to live in the newspaper world, to live in the world where communication is scarce. We're not ready for it. So we're just scrambling for technology. We're hugging our technology. We don't want to say goodbye to our technology right now. But we might have to fucking start a war if you want to keep your technology, if you want to keep your fucking gaming channel intact. We might have to start a war against these fucking zombie fucking assholes. Old people are now, they're dying, and they're causing death on everyone else. I have never seen that before. Old people are fucking insane now. You put on a pedestal as if their death's supposed to spread all over the world. As we take a virus and it's oh, I can invent a bigger virus. Is that how you do it? You just pick up something, oh, I love this bad thing. People can't stop loving bad things. They just can't. They can't fucking get into their heads. I was the good guy, I'm figuring things out as I go, and we bounced the ball around, and it was nice until the brick came out of nowhere, someone got offended. And you would think oh, I have made enough statements to create a brick of my own. Let's read that first. Let's see how quickly I can go through my own brick. Okay, so you don't let people, everyone is not forced to do what you want. Did I stumble upon a brick that was supposed to be a shield? But it happens to be a brick, and it happens to be an attack, I don't want to do what you want, so I'm gonna attack you? Is that what you want? Because everyone would want you to attack if you're willing to attack. Alright? If someone is willing to attack you, let them fucking do it. Holy shit, that is the sweet spot of humanity. If someone puts you in a target mode, wow. That is the greatest thing of all time, basically. Because you get the maximum insight. You're basically consuming them. You know, it's one of those social situations where an angry person is putting a target on a random person, and everyone is just, you know, spreading out and running away and pushing this guy back into the middle of the center. Yeah, try and attack this person. But I don't think you have the capacity to be angry forever and target one individual. You have to target the entire society. That's what we say normally in that situation. And I'm not just picking on Vector. Vector put a brick. He put something I can't read. You know, he put something that undefines him. When he says the word define, it really undefines him immediately. It's almost like that's what he wanted. To be undefined, so I cannot read him, so I have to read psychology instead. So the first sentence already explains everything, but it slowly untangles itself. I can't actually understand it immediately. So, okay, what did I say? But you simply can't define it. You're literally unable, as if you're crippled. So I'm already attacking him in a way, right? By suggesting that he's attacking me, I'm suggesting, oh, you must be crippled, you want to attack me? Let me handle this, you know? Let me handle the attack that's coming in, you know? If you want me to do something, I'll do it, you know? Let me handle this. I'm not forcing anyone to do what I want. That's impossible. That is unbelievable, you know, for someone to say this. You don't let people. I don't let people what? That's unbelievable. How much influence do I have to stop people? Zero. Absolutely zero. Why are you even replying to me? That's unbelievable. And then I speculate on Vector himself, what he would say. Okay, I define this conversation as creepy. Let's start it all over again. You know, I put him in a place, put words in his mouth, now that I forced him to feel how I want, for sure. I put words in, that's all I can do. That's the maximum attack value that I can unleash as a honorable person onto him, is just put words in his mouth and say, oh, we should just start the conversation all over again because it's getting creepy, it's getting very annoying. That's cool. Let's go do that. You know, you define me as like too creepy, that's fucking cool. You can't handle my creepiness. It's weird. I should, you know, readjust myself and take a break. Potentially, maybe I'm overworking something, but potentially not. Potentially, I'm just being attacked. Straight up. Straight up, and it's obvious. It's too fucking obvious. Let's just say what you feel, for fuck's sake. You know? And he pretty much did it. I pretty much asked for the brick, and I got it. Which is a wonderful move. I asked him to attack me. You know, if you really feel that you want to attack me, I'm your friend, dude. Just go ahead and do it. Obviously, you're never going to be able to walk your way through. You know, because, again, when I'm asking someone to attack me, I feel like I have the back of the entire society. I'm not just running from wolves, right? I'm backed up. I did the fucking work. Okay? Yes, it's rough. Yes, it's fucking stupid. Yes, I have to scream in people's faces because I'm fucking showing them the work and they don't fucking understand it. That means I can put even more work on them. If they don't fucking understand that screaming is hard, keep screaming. Just keep fucking loading them with your effort. They don't want to understand. They open themselves up for the fucking weakness of just getting more of the same shit until they realize one day, heart attack It's time to leave, because this person has unloaded his shit onto you, and you just realized after 10 years or something. Congratulations. Happy birthday, you fucking fool. It's fucking disgusting, dude. What some people ask for. They ask more of the same thing because they just keep not understanding you. The best thing to do in a misunderstanding situation is just stop whatever you're doing, apologize, say the conversation is too much for you, and you want to think about it, because stress is your best friend, okay? Once you get stressed, that's your best friend. I'm not to be your best friend. I'm just gonna suck in your stress and punch your fucking face out. If he calls you, drop everyone else. Please. I don't need your fucking stress. I don't need your fucking stupid shit. That will be enough. Please be quick. This is intense conversation. Wow. Right? I guess he was trying to be quick. I guess I put him in a corner. But I did not expect him to just change exactly. And it's like, he feels the influence potentially. And I didn't feel the same way. I felt like he's trying to equalize with me in some level. Yeah, Vector, this could be the end. This is fucking it, right? This is the most predictive I have ever been in my life of a person. I push them in a corner. I say this could be the end in two fucking ways, right? In his voice, in my highest authority voice. And it happens. Magic happens. This is how you cast your first magical spell. You shit your pants, basically. That's your magical spell. The first spell you're gonna fucking cast. Alright? Learning magic? The first thing you will magically endure is shitting your pants. It's gonna be a magical experience for you. It's gonna be a roller coaster ride. What the fuck did I just do? Unbelievable. What the fuck did I just do, right? In 7 statements, I have been beating this guy up so fucking badly at this point. Right? It's like, well, you have undefined me. Okay. That's the first line, so he has 5 lines of bleeding to do. Let's see it. You're not someone who knows everything, so it's like, well, you cannot beat everyone, but you definitely beat me. Because no one knows literally everything, including, if you don't plan to receive critique, yeah, you get beaten up, just like that. Predicted. Executed. Over. You don't just receive a brick like this, out of nowhere. I did not write this, okay? This is where things end. He didn't do this. Ever. Oh, wait. He did. Right? Maybe. Talking to himself. About himself or something. Never, ever. This is out of the blue, man. This is as weird as it gets. About what you think when you will always model the way you think by yourself. And not letting anyone talk about it will make you more and more alone. Well, I let people talk about it, and it's just an addition to my abilities. It's an improvement of my skills. You don't need to let people talk about your flaws all the time. That's not the way life works. But this guy is trying to convince me of his wicked ways so he can have his stupid, points come across easier. There's no such thing, I'm way older than this guy. He's my fucking fan at some point. Like, how do you not feel a little bit ashamed putting a brick and then ending the conversation there pretty much because He blocks me eventually. One shot, one kill, you know, this could be the end. This right there. I just feel so good that he just, you know, asked for it. Literally asked for it. He could have stopped me there. I did felt like the brick is coming, obviously, right? Because he had to time it. You know, he had to calculate and type in on his keyboard over and over again until I just had to, you know, respond to his typing. So what is it, like 4:18? But what is the time here? Because I don't know if I know the time here. Yeah, I don't know if I can check the time. Oh yeah, I can. So it is 18. It is the same minute released. And then I immediately respond. You didn't read everything, so I'll just ignore you from now on. Somehow I was able to offend this guy so easily and so effectively, and it's like, that's game over, basically. You know, you can't just move on and restart the conversation, just like I fucking told you to. You can't do that, apparently. You have to throw a brick and pretend the conversation is over. But that's just, you shit your pants. But then I shit my pants, because like, whoa, that's weird. Alright. So that, we figured this one out, right? It's like, well, I was expecting more influence on you. Okay. Make you more and more alone. Oh man, I found you alone, and I'll make you even more alone right now. Okay, if you're frustrated on how women think about you, here's the problem. You don't know everything about women. And women hate that you think you know everything. Okay. Okay, dude. So, his problem is that I'm not digesting everything around me, and I'm not, you know, why are you fucking in my spotlight then? Why are you in my field of view? Let me fucking explore everything. And it's like, dude, I get myself deep into this shit of just research now and adopting people as if I'm a fanboy of them. Out of the blue. I find myself in a new wave of challenges that he just completely ignores. You know, that is a way bigger brick to ignore than just a wall of text, and to get offended by that. That is the funniest thing, because like, yes, I can ignore your fucking brick of text and not proof my fucking work, but do you know how much more ignorance you can sneak in constantly? Do you know? If we just calculate the total ignorance of every single person I have talked to, it's gonna be insane. An insane amount of work. An insane amount of work that I don't fucking want to do, but I can always do it if I feel alone. You know, I will never feel alone. I will find Susan Wojcicki, the CEO of YouTube, a punchable face bag every step of the way if I was starting to calculate how long they have been ignorant to my shit. Because the most important thing is about, like, ask questions. That's the most weaponized thing you have against a higher influence. Ask questions, ask them to do something, so then you take credit for what I do. You know, for me trying to figure out a question, that is your, you know, level of influence as well. It's at least a 50-50 split. You contributed quite a bit for, and I decided that I'm empty enough to answer your question or to do what your request, basically. That it's easy enough, but it doesn't, and I don't care of how much time I'll have to spend, because it's like, it's cool, you know, you came up with a good question. That's the best weapon you have against higher influence, and you always have good weapons. You know, You can figure shit out, despite how stressful and difficult to keep up the conversation is. But if you want something, there's always a way, okay? Don't just copy paste. Don't just try to keep up though. Okay? Don't just pretend that you have to do exactly the same thing, you have to speak at the same level as the person you're speaking to. That might not be the case. You might actually have to give up just a little bit, at least based on your age difference. Just figure this one out for sure. For sure you can do that. But if you want to keep at my level, you have to be a little bit less ignorant to things when I point those things out. Have to be a little bit less ignorant. And you cannot just throw a brick and pretend that I cannot ignore you all of a sudden. What? Well, I just created a perfect condition where I can in fact ignore you, and probably I will still not do it. I will still not ignore it, because it's a wonderful read. Eventually, when I feel like I want stress in my life, in the name of vector, because that's a specific fucking stress response that I don't need. You know, if I pick up stress, the conversation is in fact over anyways, right? Because I just gave you guys the rule, stress is your best friend, alright? It's your best friend. If it comes, I hang up the call and I deal with stress instead. Is that what he wanted? I guess that's cool, because there's always a way for you to keep up the conversation on the same level. If you can, however, only if you can. If you keep it on the same level, you bounce back and forth the arguments until you get your point across. You know, you have to be patient, you have to be less ignorant, you have to be less impatient, to the point where you feel that I'm ignorant all of a sudden. It snowballs out of control, out of nowhere. This narcissism bullshit. So, I love these conversations. I love it absolutely, basically. This is the best thing that I can do. It's like, I didn't say nothing. I just picked a brick, and it's like, you can have it. You know? And I will the first response I will get, I will immediately say, that was not me saying anything. This is the most fun thing ever. It's the Brick Elysium, basically. If the brick works, well, it's a solid brick, I guess. I'll use it, Mr. Vector. You know, if it's a solid brick, it's gonna work against people I hate. It's the best thing, potentially. Fucking, I have a good feeling about this. That's all. Anyways, so the year is gonna bring us a bunch of new challenges, of course. I have new responsibilities, I have new ways to look at the life. And right now, the winner of our competition of Hot Ones is Taylor Swift versus Lava, basically. I guess Lava will never gonna bring herself down. But the results of today are Tail 0 takes the crown, and Lava takes the piece of the pie. Alright? Takes the fucking piece. Peace out, bitch. Okay, she wins. Today. You know, just the New Year's Eve thingy. No big deal. Don't get offended about it. Please don't. Believe me, don't get offended and throw me a brick of text. Because I'll use it against your family and friends. You better believe it, man. It's that one thing that people can't fucking figure out sometimes. When you put a brick and you take ownership of that brick, even though you fucking didn't wrote any of this, because me writing a brick is actually hardcore, but me being able to copy and paste a brick, it feels pretty good. It feels like I am using some next level, technology. Yeah, copy and paste, man. Fucking works. It's gonna work flawlessly right now. Oh my god. It is the craziest thing because as I keep going, I keep picking up new weapons of mass destruction over the internet. Sounds pretty cool, right? I love this. But you do have to give a disclaimer of I want to see your reaction on this, and just leave it at there. I just want to see your reaction. No big deal. Don't overreact, because I'm looking at you right now. You gotta give them that disclaimer. That's about it. If you're gonna receive this block of text from me, you're the best person in the world. Okay, that's what you gotta know. Go learn psychology, basically, the meme. Okay, that's what you have to remember. You deserve it. Go learn psychology, guys. Yeah, watch more of my videos. That's what it means. That's what it would mean from your perspective if I send you that block of text. That would mean watch more of my videos because I'm pretty good at psychology. I have nothing better to do after all. For fuck's sake. Most people don't have anything better to do but to watch my videos and try and keep up. Very simple. You don't want to watch my videos, you want to interact with me, that's fine. But there's something you can do to influence my life, right? Right? Please. At least send cute pictures of yourself. I'll watch that. Okay, I'll give you my best, my best form. I mean, it's actually high level of influence sending just me cute pictures of yourself. Not your feet, your entire body, basically. Okay, anything. Feet is nice. Any exposure of skin is nice. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. You might get on the list very quickly. Sounds like a shortcut. But it's something that only women can do, with full confidence. And men can only do it with their dicks, apparently. So it's actually quite awkward. Men can do it with videos. Men can do it with, send me a rant video, I'm a freak out about it. Wow, you fucking nailed it. You did my job. I don't have to do it anymore, potentially. I can just get offended about nothing, about wallpaper, and I can't make a video about it. Oh, it's just nice wallpaper. I guess you already talked about the calendar. You talked about the light bulb. I'm looking around my room. What else can I talk about? I'm doing this thing. It's well, this guy talked about the internet. I have to pick up something else to contribute to society to. Because, it's the weirdest thing. If you're very good at contributing to society, you're gonna make it. You're gonna find that fucking gemstone to do in your life, and you're gonna be super excited about it. That's me right there. But that's why confidence is one of those easiest determination points of whether a person is successful or not. It's just the easiest determinant. Is a very obvious way to determine a successful person. And yet right now people kind of misjudge my confidence. I don't understand. Or they just don't like it. And they apparently have all the ways to destroy it, to negate it. You find confidence, just people who actually put in tons and tons of work, they don't have confidence. They have to put that work for you to be able to consume it as a fucking zombie thingy. As if you're a baby or something. I don't have that lack of confidence. I can put up these videos, no problem. And I don't feel like I'm a fucking conspiracy theorist as well, that I'm shocking people for no reason. That's not how I feel. Yes, YouTube is gonna ban and unban me just like Onision did. You know, it's just the way to go. You know, Onision just knows how to simulate perfection in that sense. And Antwinum knows how to simulate a fucking asshole, basically. An ant and an asshole. Fuck you. Stop trying to survive in my asshole. Jesus Christ. It's probably the worst life you can pick up for yourself. I will survive in the asshole. It's no big deal. I love numbers. You love numbers. Your number is pretty high. Antwinum is at 227. He's top Antwinum. He's at 133rd place. Not bad. 133rd. It's a 3-digit number. Pretty good. You know, it fits your prison outfit, I would say. Antwinum. I take Discord experiences very seriously. That's what's going on here. I was going through Antwinum experience, and it's a very serious deal. You can't escape that shit. It gives me chills and nightmares. I'm faking it, but, you know, I'm exaggerating, but it is what it is. It's just, you can't explain when regular people start embarking on a journey to enforce rules. No, society doesn't want to be overruled. Society probably just likes being silent, you know? That's how I see it in my Discord. Anyone who I invite eventually becomes silent, just like everywhere else. But, for some reason, the non-silent people get easily banned without an explanation, too. Now, when I was in Antwinum Discord, there was a very clear explanation. Okay, Eternity banned me. I actually should try and contact Eternity right now, if I can find her. Imagine being Antwinum and only following 500 people. I'm gonna be done with this sooner than later. But I don't think Eternity is one of those people. Michael McChill is something I can potentially find on this list. But not Eternity. You know, being banned by someone obscure and stupid? That is disrespectful. That is just pure bullshit. Okay, I think this Michael thingy is the chill boy. McChill tweets. I can recognize him from a fucking mile away if he puts up a Michael on his fucking name. Easy. Maybe I'll check the Michael too of what he follows. He's following 11 people. Be careful, obviously. Don't promote her either. That would be insane. He's being followed by 59 people. I find Eternity, and she is under attack. Absolutely. She has to ban me now. So I found you, dude. That's just a heated girl, basically. Couldn't fucking stop having a conversation with me, just like everyone else. Mod off. Alright. Moderator. I can contact someone like that. Alright. I don't want my ban to be lifted. I want to troll people. So, you know, if I tweet someone at someone, I don't give a fuck. I love attention, though. Right? More importantly, I just love social media because you don't have to interact with me, but you definitely have to post respectable stuff. Just have to exist on social media in a way. And I think it's actually easier to find a retweet of some kind. Or a response from her or whatever. But even that's a little bit of a stretch to say. You know, if I just jump into the comments, because there's a bunch of fans, right? So he has to actually like quote or retweet something. And even that's not good enough for me. I don't want to get deeper into an asshole of an ant himself. What is that? Oh, it's the Raven. Oh, look. It's the Raven herself. I have Raven, by the way. So back deep in the depths of despicable bullshit, I have Eternity. Eternity is with an E. Eternity. Okay. Ant-Venom Eternity. Okay. Let's see it. If I can find it. Obviously, I probably can't even find Raven Plays thingy, so yeah, I can't find her. Does Eternity have a block? She doesn't even speak in private, you know, just like a normal mod wouldn't speak in private. But somehow, in public, she's willing to speak way more than in private. Already, I would just kick someone out of here. Just talk to this person in private. Loser, okay? You're fucking loser in my Discord if you do this sort of thing. She was willing to fucking go back and forth, go drama pill, basically. Onision has a very nice rule of just no drama on the channel, so that's pretty good. She wouldn't be able to just go back and forth like that. But in private, she's like, oh, I don't even exist. Good day to you, sir. Fuck off, man. Unbelievable. And being just hammered like this, and it's almost like she knows. She has this super ultimate power of like, I will not take screenshots, I will not save nothing. She just has full power to piss me off. This is Kolpas. Long. Why is that, my dude? Yeah, so it's a deep thing. I just kicked someone out, I think. Or maybe actually is deeper than that. Who is this guy? I'm not sure where he comes from, because he comes from like deep 2019. And he sticks in my channel as if he came from like, you know, one of those Antwenum eras. That fucking deep. Who knows? It's too hard to tell. I try to contact a bunch of mods, obviously. Then we have the Tyrone era, which is a special little Discord channel for special little Minecraft ripoff. Nothing really special about it. I mean, it was trying to beat AdventureCraft. It was so close in doing so. I almost just took the bait. But maybe I should feel bad about not taking the bait. Maybe I should feel bad about being down and not given proper treatment. But it just shows the one-sidedness of a programmer. They don't know how to solve problems in real life. And that just painful, actually. They're very active and very nice. I mean, holy shit. I like that. But if you can't solve a problem, you're gonna make it worse. You're gonna lose me as a valuable asset, potentially. I could have worked with him. Potentially I still can work with him and send him my stuff and show how simple it is. Maybe it's not effective. Maybe he has criticisms of how I render things himself. Just a peculiar thing to deal with a programmer of my caliber in a way. It's very peculiar. We can look it up, how he's doing as well. So, Vintage Story. It's a game. It's a thing. Let's look up a video. Still active, 2020. Very much active, very much going strong. Maybe I should feel ashamed and all that for dropping the bomb on this game. Right? Just dropped it.
Oh no! Little buddy! There's a little chickadee here. I'm sorry.
I mean, it all looks good, right?
He's killed his mama. Oh well.
But for me, anything that's not oversimplified is absolute garbage. It's not a game. It's just doesn't serve multi-purpose of what a game is supposed to be. Right? It's trying to be overly realistic, and that is the most gross thing you can design. It's fucking gross. You would think, like, that's unfair criticism. Like, look, this is so cute. You know, it's realistic. It's pretty cute, right? That's it. That's where the game ends. Where the game starts, the game ends immediately. Because when you dealing with complexity, you don't know until you're in it and you're confused and you like want to be quickly entertained. You don't want to realistically entertain yourself as if you found another place where you need to survive. You know, the Minecraft is not appealing because you need to survive, but the survival part is kind of fun and simple, and you know, you're being attacked by weird monsters you wouldn't necessarily encounter in this sort of format. It's all good. In that sense, it works. In this sense, no one cares. Despite how much effort and work this guy put into this whole game, a person with 1.5 million subscribers gets less than 100k views for this person to contribute in his work. That is pathetic. That is fucking disgusting, dude. It's almost like half of an ant venom came up, makes a nice video about this project, and it flops, and is the stupidest thing that could have ever happened. And I could have helped this guy out, absolutely, but he couldn't help me. He could have even employed me as a builder, but I don't want to be a fucking builder. I just want to be around and be rewarded for the work that I accidentally do, for the advice that I accidentally give. That would be nice. But for some reason, people just don't recognize work. They don't see work. They're blind. They're ridiculous. They want to employ people, but they don't recognize work that just naturally flows. When water flows, it has no value. When you get employed, you're showered in money. Waterfall has no value. But when you get employed, you showered with money. Now you have became a waterfall all of a sudden. Oh, all I had to do is just do whatever you asked me to. Sell my soul for money. Don't you feel like a crazy asshole devil for doing it? For being a businessman? It's unbelievable. When I asked for help, I got a cookie. When I needed, like, actual help, I got a cookie which was harder to retrieve than it was actually worth. And it was not a good, tasty cookie either. So overall, I wasn't just disappointed, I was shocked how disappointing it can get. A person who's a programmer, he's trying to, appeal to the audience just as much. And so why would you force the audience into labor that you will shower with gold, but you want it to be very, very specific? Just buy nice things for yourself, surround yourself with nice things. You will immediately invite a lot of positivity in your project. Your project is going to simplify itself and alleviate your problems, because your problems will be replaced with different things, with social things. So fuck Winter Story. I don't want to go back to the past, all the way to the past. Fuck that shit. It's not a story, it's a disaster. We don't know history. We don't know what happened in history. You're just gonna go back to Stone Age and enjoy your life there? Therapeutic, maybe, but not very efficient by any means. Don't just accept whatever people throw at you at face value. A survival game at its finest as a survival game and nothing else. Nothing else whatsoever. That is a scary thing, because you can contribute, keep building, never really do anything else. Vintage Story is it. That is all they have. The studios itself does not exist. It's just a one programmer thingy. Don't call yourself studios either, as if you have some kind of big thing going on. When a big person is gonna come up to you and say, oh, I can just buy you. That's what they're gonna do. They're just gonna be bumping into you. Oh, you're just a small dude. I can pick you up and buy you, and you will do whatever I fucking say. Because you sucked into that purposeless life where you just do things. So you can do things for me now. I have money. You need money, right? Money is very valuable. Wah, wah. You get sucked into the system, and then it's game over, basically. This concludes our New Year rant. It is also proof of work, by any means, because I'm not just shitting around. I want to make sure that there is a highlight of something, a good point is being made, a good move is being requested from the internet. Spit me out, Antoine. Give me eternity back, okay? Maybe I fell in love. Someone just hammered me, It hurts my feelings, but I want it. Potentially, Eternity is no longer a mod in his Discord in the first place. Who knows? I haven't seen her when I came back as anonymous source, but the anonymous source meaning just I went through the browser instead of the app, and back in the day it would have worked. Now it doesn't work anymore. I'm just banned. Just double check, obviously, and when I'm Discord. Could have been going through a reset, of course. It's not a big deal. Discord GG, but it looks like, it's a very basic bitch move. I'll have one Discord, and one Discord all alone, forever and ever. This user is banned from this guild. Oh no. So yeah. I can look up and slow like that. no, I can't waste too much time, right? But it is what it is. It is what it is. Alright. So we're putting basically the snap there. I think the Thanos thing is effectively 2 stars. And we have to accept our faith. Our Lord and Savior, Ariana Grande, right there. The new God. God is a woman type of thingy. You know, she probably asked for it this whole time. Accumulated all this force. Also, she's capable of any time, any place, winning this race of heat, right? Just wait long enough. Just spend through adrenaline, speed up all the way. This is almost like a speed thingy. Points of speed, percentiles, whatever, right? But it's very effective, I would say. Also, again, I want to see in Discord a reminder, very simple reminder for Discord. Discord, please make people sign into. Actually, yes, you can just create a plugin for this, but it should be a common thing to do. So I don't have to look into these fucking people and pretend that all of them are online. Only I am online. Only I am signing in every day, you know, which is what I have to do. You have to sign in every day into everything and stay active there and be pingable and be pulled in conversations if you truly are in fact active and you give a fuck. Alright? If you give a fuck, that's pretty cool. You should gain, you know, water flow from that. Just water flow. Just accumulate points, exchange points for prizes. Good job, basically. And I love my engine, by the way. I love it. It's just such a simplistic outcome out of nowhere. Just put foliage, flowers, and grass. Such a simple solution to everything. I'm pretty sure I can squeeze out 60 FPS. This kind of look is going to generate real fast. It's going to do things real fast. It's going to turn into so many beautiful things this year. I'm just not handling it properly. I'm guilty for not handling this properly. I have to have a control panel. I have to find perfection every single time. Every single step I make, I have to find perfection in that step. And this is looking so fucking good. I can't wait to deliver more work of my own. It's finally going the way that I fucking wanted. It's finally going the way that that a normal developer would imagine things to be. Not convoluted, not difficult, not put into a grid and you have to work your way around the grid. This is just something that jumps onto the screen because, you know, you have objects. Where do they belong in the screen? And that's it. That's where the story ends of rendering. You have objects that want to be rendered, and you render them. If they're in a distant location, if they're away from the screen, they're rendered differently, you know, because they need less rendering, potentially, if they're distant, if they're at a screen. They don't even need to be rendered if they're at a screen, or they need to be very tightly rendered. Just a portion of them peeks out. Very simple things like that. Brilliant. Brilliant when it works out like that. Those simple things. So I'm really, really enjoying this result so far. And it's gonna keep going like this. It's gonna keep going. It's tremendous work. I can't enjoy this enough. You would think like all these black thingies bother me, but it's just what 15 FPS give you. It gives you this sort of result. Most importantly, I put a bunch of flowers and things in here where rendering is so difficult, you wouldn't get a good result no matter how hard you try. And most importantly, there's still room for improvement. This could still be evenly distributed in a way where the algorithm finds a way to fill in that space a little bit smoother, right? I can still simplify objects that are in the far away. Simplify them so it's easier to render them one way or the other. Something can be done to kind of treat every single object as a particle, for example, as a ray traceable particle. Eventually, maybe they bubble themselves up, whatever shape is assumed, basically. Maybe they turn themselves into a tile instead of a 3D object when they're far away. Just into a tile. Just into something that's fake, because you're too far away to perceive a real thing. It's almost like a YouTube video. You can see something somewhere out there in the world, but potentially all of it is fake. It's just delivered to you because you really wanted to watch a video. You felt very lonely. That is an amazing thing to know. To notice for personal reasons, I would say. What about just tiling one polygon style for distant objects? Basically, you find a true size of the object. What is the true size of the object? Based on how many pixels it possesses potentially. But even better than that, I mean, there is probably a main tile you can use. You can just do what Euclidean did, because Euclidean, from a distant point of view, doesn't look that bad. It doesn't look that bad at all. It can definitely fill up the empty space all around the player, but it cannot do close-ups at all. It can't do that. So that's fascinating to me. So while this is distant rendering at full speed ahead, and it's working, that is a fucking miracle. This is a very, very distant view, if you can tell. Very distant. In Minecraft, this would be fucking crazy to look at, I would say. And I can see it in 15 frames per second. And I can modify this terrain in a fucking snap. You can't do it in Minecraft already. Alright, that's a fucking miracle thing. And I don't even know what performance can I even squeeze out of my computer yet. I don't know, because I'm not using maximum threads. I messed up. That's where I messed up the most. And we'll see. We'll see what... I have basically cards up my sleeve, up my ass right now. I'm just gonna vomit good moves. And we'll release a playable something you can interact with very soon as well. Very soon. The only question is, when am I hospitalized? For what kind of period can I use this as my shield to deter all these fucking losers who think it's fucking appropriate to put me in, in a stale position, trying to fend for my life, trying to fend against boredom, trying to fend for people saying that I'm nuts in some case. In this case, there's no nutcase here. There's a person who did a 10-minute trick to become a victim for 30 hours of work. I'm not talking about how long I'm going to be victimized and how much time I'll have to spend in suspense myself. I'm talking about the work that they did to themselves, the amount of imprisonment they have done to themselves. They're the biggest fucking jailers of themselves, these idiots who are handling my fucking case. They're insane. Yes, I did 30 hours myself sitting here trying to realize what kind of fucking crazy mess this is. What kind of simple thing happened and how consequential that apparently is. So it can still counter their insanity. To some degree I can understand, because again, I put 30 hours myself on the line, and I'm like, wow, that's pretty interesting. but I'm not sure I like the survival situation I'm being dragged back into, as if I'm a completely normal human being and I don't deserve respect, basically. But I didn't earn respect from anyone else, so I guess that works, You have to put that donate button in people's fucking faces, basically. Right now, I can't do it. With the situation that's going on right now, you just can't put up a donation button. That's not how it works. Okay, I'm not unfortunate right now. Okay. Yes, I'm sitting on my mom's face in a way, and I get paid zero. I get to play RuneScape, and that kind of pays for my internet and bank. Bank actually wants my money. A lot of it. Just as much as internet, pretty much. So it's painful. It's something I have to deal with. And I can do it. To some degree. Alright? I can survive in that sense. I get those $30 every month. Except now I'm just accumulating, and I've spent $100 for a RuneScape subscription. So it is what it is. It's a tit for tat. You have to know what you're doing. The game is not that easy to fucking overcome. But if you're better than average, you're gonna do just fine doing some simple routine, right, in the game. A simple routine that, as a contributor. The way to contribute in RuneScape, I hate to admit it, but it's just, trading. You have to put up something that people can buy fast enough so, they have access to a service now. That service costs. The RuneScape itself does not sell you the goods on Grand Exchange. People have to actually put up the work so the goods are being sold to you. It's almost like RuneScape is player-driven, not just economy, but the entire game. Grand Exchange became the most important thing ever invented. I don't even know, man, if anything compares to RuneScape right now. Bitcoin can fucking ruin escape like RuneScape does. Okay, RuneScape is just non-dying, the deepest nail in the coffin to the internet, pretty much. This is as deep as you can get. So, when there's a Rune Lord with a tag thingy here, I have things, okay, in here. You don't need to know about them. You don't need to fucking research what I'm doing right now. And I'm not updating any of this stuff. But essentially, I do want a community surrounding this issue, embracing what RuneScape is potentially, and we can definitely create our own economy over the internet very easily. As long as we're being respectful to these fucking overlords who created RuneScape. And if they don't respect us, we're just gonna leave. We're gonna make our own fucking game. It's not that difficult to make a game, to exchange values back and forth. Kind of securely, somewhat securely. It doesn't have to be crazy secure. It just has to be overwatched, right? For suspicion. We will learn how to play Among Us, and we're gonna use those skills to overwatch. Once we learn Among Us, we can have the best Bitcoin ever, which is the easier to use Bitcoin. It doesn't require verification, doesn't require anything. You just accumulate something, exchange it for real world values. End of story. What the fuck is Bitcoin? Bitcoin is slow as fuck. It's super difficult to acquire. It requires tons of verification. It requires tons of your attention because the price fluctuates. What the fuck is this shit? It's cancer. People adopted it. people turn it into a bubble. People don't know what this fucking is. Blockchain technology is total fucking cancer, by the way. It's just trying to decentralize, the strain, the stress that centralized servers would have. But, and the fact that centralized servers are easily hijackable by the authorities themselves. That's the scariest thing. The authority itself can hijack what it owns. And it becomes a very terrifying thing where you contributed to not a society but to the authority this whole time. So that's what blockchain is supposed to do. It's supposed to give you a block of responsibility, of ability to contribute to the internet. A simple thing, right? But Bitcoin didn't handle it jack shit, okay? Just because you make something secure, it means nothing. It means that we don't know how to be secure on our own terms, and that is actually a spin in our face when it comes to handling our money. We should be able to hold our money hostage the way we want it. We should be able to put it all over our fucking desktop and in middle games interrupt people with money flow everywhere, and it's like, pick it up, dude. And it just keeps coming back to your pocket if nobody picks up your fucking money. It can just be an icon. You press it, and it can immediately transfer the money into your account or something. Some stupid shit is possible. Obviously, let's keep it chill, right? Let's keep it chill. Yeah, the most hateful thing about Bitcoin is that the way they write code is so bad. I think the best QR code, right? QR code means that you have some bullshit like this. Even this is ugly, okay? This is ugly. The real code would look like this. Alright? That's how a real code looks like. A centerpiece, some kind of weird shit. It's almost like a flower. And it's almost like, what? Are bees fucking stealing my money right now? They are probably stealing your money. Please smell more flowers. See where your money is located. Please, go to the nearest bank and smell some flowers, okay? You might find a lot of money in there. This is how, not a bunch of letters and numbers. This is how a password should look like. This is how a lot of things should look like, because it's almost like easy to recreate. It's easy to fucking figure out what's going on. Every single piece matters. So if you have photographic memory, or you just take a picture and scribble yourself this fucking thing, you can probably recreate it. And it's easy to just remember this over fucking the most difficult thing to recreate, because it's made out of symbols that you potentially don't know where to find on your fucking keyboard. But you can find this on your memory and draw it as a signature. It's a very simple thing. The way a bank works, could be fucking Illuminati thingy. And again, it's tied to your account, so you pretty much have access to it because you have this thingy and this thingy. The way that you access to your account stacks up. Everything stacks. Alright, too. You can't just fucking ignore that either. And yes, I'm gonna use black paint from now on, potentially, not fucking blue paint. Looks fucking horrible with blue paint, actually. So, here you go. Here you go, guys. This system of decentralizing the internet and allowing you to use it safely and efficiently is out there behind the wall of skill. Okay? We will learn how to do this. Once we break the wall of skill, we get to use decentralized internet. And there's not going to be a YouTube authority anymore. YouTube authority is going to get punched in the face. I can be YouTube CEO just for funsies, And if it's not fun to be YouTube CEO, no one wants to be YouTube CEO. That's how it fucking works. Okay? In true levels of power, authorities are just there for fun. Believe me. In true situation, in true non-crisis situation, authority is there only for fun. That's all you need to know, basically. I hate it. There's so much knowledge out there that people are ignoring. People are ignoring me. I'm like, holy shit, I will get even more frustrated. I will learn even more. I will learn everything about you. I will rip you into every single separate atom and press your buttons, basically. It's like, oh, it really hurts, doesn't it? I'll press it 20 more times now. Oh. I guess I control your life now, because you just submitted your consciousness to me or whatever. Like, I'm gonna be the biggest demon ever if people just allow me to live in the shadows like that, in the shadow realm, in the true shadow realm. It's not, it's not where the drug addicts go. It's not where the murder addicts go. It's not where the where child rapists go. I'm a normal person, No one goes here. No one tries to be normal. It's period, basically. Absolutely fascinating to me. No one is trying to be normal. It's the most boring thing for people to do right now. And holy shit, that saves my ass. Because if I can deal with boredom, I can take more and more responsibility of just fighting boredom and going deeper into this normality. That's what makes you normal. To become normal, simply figure out how to beat boredom in extreme conditions. Alright? Extreme conditions now are in place while you're becoming normal. Because things becoming, kind of stale and ignorant, and it's like, well, you're completely normal, so there's no need for me to contribute to your normality, right? Like, it's completely fine. Your life is completely set and nice. Well, I came from a certain background. I am a person deserved to be recognized and cared for, just like everyone else. I can do as much work as the greatest celebrity of all time that you're worshiping right now. I can do the same exact thing. Wouldn't you like it? You would get to know me while I'm doing the same exact thing. If someone can be a copycat successfully, you would want to be a fan of that if that means that person is closer to you. You want to adjust your priorities based on proximity by any means necessary, okay? If some fake Ariana Grande shows up and she can sing and she can really fake all the personality traits and everything, I'll take it, and the real thing can go fuck itself, basically. Okay? It will happen. You have to be open-minded to that. Well, it's not going to happen 100%. I'm saying, who knows how the world works, but you have to be open-minded to both, statements to be true. That someone can be replaced, and someone can actually become a reality. You never know what's going to happen, so, how reality is going to present itself, but you can definitely drag it into reality one way or the other, right? Even if you have to pretend to the point of where every single thing here, I manufacture as a factory, basically, of, whatever I liked. It keeps repeating itself and feeding me things that I like. It's a factory now established. And there's a bunch of workers that I don't care about at the same time. And it's just pathetic, right? Why do I not care about them? Do they not have profiles, voices, things to talk about? I don't know, man. It's their problem now. Because I do. And I feel pretty big on the internet. I think internet is a pretty big deal. Come on. Am I fucking wrong? I'm entertained so often that I'm kind of confused how people feel around here, are they having fun or they're just fucking bunch of losers? If you're just a gamer, you're a loser to me. As a programmer, I don't see gamers as tolerable people. I don't see them. Gamer girl, cool. If you look good, that's fine. That's interactive. That's where it stops. I don't want to fucking see you play games. That's actually pretty boring. I say make your gaming channel as a joke. The real channel that you have to make. And again, people kind of surrender to jokes. People surrender to half-assed knowledge. Because we don't see people talking about things honestly. And that's the most crippling thing. Because if, again, you don't know what's up, you can't contribute. It sets you back very, very, very far. Anyway, so that's it. That's game over, basically. I'll end it right there without a statement. See you guys now as we crossed into year 2021. We're gonna do some crazy shit. 4 years? I mean, 4 hours of content out of my asshole, just like that. Oops. You know, it happened again. I'm not slowing down, I'm speeding up. I'm destroying myself for how passionate I am to make these videos. And I haven't, you know, add too much filler content yet. I feel pretty good about myself. Okay. So, see you guys the next time. See you all next time. That's what I guess I shouldn't even talk to an audience when there isn't any. But the expectations are so fucking crazy for some people, you know. It's like, wow, you're a YouTuber now. Do you earn ad revenue? What is that? I'm not allowed to earn ad revenue. I don't think I'm allowed to be on this platform besides uploading videos. I'm not sure how much of those videos I can actually monetize. You know, maybe I can monetize myself on other people's channels who are established, and they kind of hold a monopoly of getting paid. And they have to understand what they hold, and we have to be vicious about it. Of if you get featured in a video, ask for a payment straight up. Don't fuck around. If I feature you in my video, don't expect payment by any means. If you get featured in a video below 1,000 views, don't expect anything, obviously. But if it's above 50,000 views, now you need some compensation, and you have to get featured as many times in as many places as possible. Just because. If you find yourself featured, that's great. That's great. Just ask for a refund. Just like being in Yesterday I Ask You or some kind of fucking meme review thingy. If you get featured, PewDiePie actually has to compensate you for the amount of work that you did. You know. It sounds pretty fucking fishy, right? But compensating shouldn't be that difficult. He should just give you some points, and it's like you can redeem those points for some merch. Just something super simple right now will do just fine. But as a YouTube CEO, I demand compensation, you know, from PewDiePie to his fans. At least that one transaction thingy. The card of fairness I have dealt from PewDiePie's perspective. I want that fucking fairness to, you know, we need that piece of the pie, okay? You call yourself a pie? Give me the piece, baby. Give me. Show me you're willing to stand on the die pie moment, okay? You're not just eating YouTube as a pie. You actually, you know, repeating history because you loved eating the pie. You're probably gonna be loved being eaten too, as a pie. You know, there's no relationship that can't go both ways. If you loved it one way, you're gonna love it the other way. I'm sorry about that, but it has to be done. All right, it's almost like women are there to be fucked, but when they get a baby, they throw a baby at you into your mouth like a fucking dick that they have grown. You know, oh, you put a dick inside me, I'll put a dick inside you, and it keeps going like that. Baby flying, bouncing off parents. It's gross being a dicky boy. But that's what I was to my dad. A dicky boy. Got myself hurt because of that. But I didn't felt a thing because it's in the past and I don't fucking give a fuck of what my parents played with me about. But potentially you got played the same fucking way. You know? Your parents are just douchebags that tossed you around back and forth until you were capable of surviving on your own. But the fact that you were a real human being before 18 years old, that's a false accusation, pretty much. That's something your parents want you to believe, so you pretend to be completely independent straight after you hit 18 years old. No, when you hit 18 years old, you have the ability to consider, you have the ability to have a job and maybe earn money and maybe earn your escape from your parents eventually. And if you don't earn that, you can still sit on your parents' face because they fucking made you. It's like, try and get rid of me, fools. It's just very simple way to go through the process. I want to see counter arguments to that. Maybe I don't actually. There's always counter arguments you can come up with to make me feel insecure, but it's the question of how ignorant are you and how you're going to present your arguments, right? That's the question. Do you even fucking care? Maybe you don't care. Maybe people just don't care because now every argument sticks and works. Because it's the world of silence. There's no escape. And right now I'm fiddling with a fucking screw, so I probably should stop the video now. It's getting a little bit boring, right? Well, it's not boring because I survived 4 hours. I could keep going. I'm scared of my own fucking powers right now. Just being able to sit here and waste 4 hours of your life just like that and not feel a thing, not feel mad, not feel pain, not feel... It's a little bit maddening, absolutely, when I react to something, but the overall reaction is totally legit and totally acceptable, I would say. The way I feel, it's fully is what it is. So here you go. I think that it is over. 2020 is over. Alright? Star. 2020 is over. And that's the part that we have every year. A year is over. And that's it. And thus the new year begins. Welcome, boys and girls, to year 2021. Also, I want PewDiePie to actually send a piece of the pie, because I think I deserve it for some reason. I don't know why. I think this number has to do something about that. Anyways, see you guys next time. I probably will never hit 314 subscribers. Will never in my lifetime. But you know, you can dream about it. It's not that bad. I'm at 105 subscribers. I'm more likely to lose a subscriber than gain a subscriber. I don't know how that works, you know, but that's how edgy I am. Fucking crazy edgy, dude.